Uh-oh. Hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Happy Wednesday. I go by the name of DJ T.O. Hold up.
Rip me out the plastic. I've been acting brand new. It's acting like they running they really ran through. I spend that 500 before I ever trap you. They thought I was gonna fall off. I hate to bring you bad news. Through so many racks, a bitch can't even see the flow. From Atlanta to LA, the only time I'm back and forth. Cheap make you pee. Rich get you both. Gave a Bentley to ballet and let that dry the boat. Be quiet. Let me pop off. Leave the club, sloppy drunk, come home and get my rocks out. Heard from the south, he trying to see me knock his socks off. Told them meet me at the top, think they got lost. I'm on go like Grizz. She thought I would kiss her, she must ain't took a mess. Around my neck, it cost an arm and leg. Swear they said for life, I let them get me preg. I done it all, feel like shot it low. Laughing to the pain, but shit is not a joke. Say she got a problem, imaginary smoke. Set it up, then put it on the floor. I done it all, feel like shot it low. Laughing to the pain, but shit is not a joke. Say she got a problem, imaginary smoke. Set it up, then put it on the floor. I don't know what y'all been told. Bet your mans know if you don't.
Vibe with me.
Put a ribbon on me, I've been acting brand new. I ain't smoking on no Zylo, bitch, I'm smoking on you. Put your bestie in a pack and now I'm smoking her too. I've been ballin' so them hard could've went to LSU. Got so many chains on, I can't even see my throat. These don't do enough, that's why I always do the most. Bro, give the rich sponsor goals. Only thing a get for me for free is free to bros. Let me pop it off, pour me to the biggest. Baby girl, come top it off. She said she don't like me cause she love me, good, knock it off. That made some pages just to sub me, but I block them all. All these is mid. Got her lurking on my page before she feed her kids. Shitting on these dunking on their heads. Give these some melatonin, put their to bed. Cry for what? These are denim tears. I'm sexy dancing in the house, I feel like Britney Spears. So put it on the floor, just like their career. What they got on me, bodies in a couple years.
I done it all, feel like shot it low. Laughing to the pain, but shit is not a joke. Say she got a problem, imaginary smoke. Set it up, then put it on the floor. I don't know what y'all been told. Bet your mans know if you don't. What's happening?
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
Once upon a time and I heard that I was ugly. Came from a chick who when I took us in my face bomb, abs tight, rack stuck up shack height, jury on me flashlight. I've been listening since last night. Hit 'em with that good, make you wanna act right. Broke boys don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right. Big bag, bustin' out the Bentley band. Take a man, Balenciaga brought it back. No how I give it up. It's big bags, bustin' out the Bentley band. Take a man, working back, party back. No how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. Up, then it's up. If it's up, then it's stuck. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. I can make the party hot. I can make your body rock. Haters can do nothing with me. Chances are they probably not. If I had a stick, you probably lick it like a lollipop. Shorty speaking Japanese. Hit 'em with karate chop. I'm forever popping it, pulling up and dropping it. Gotta argue with him, cause you know he love a toxic chick. Out here playing, gotta make him understand. Ain't no ring on my finger, you ain't going on my gram. And my face bomb, abs tight, rack stuck up shack height, jury on me flashlight. I've been listening since last night. Hit 'em with that good, make you wanna act right. Broke boys don't deserve no kitty. I know that's right. Big bag, bustin' out the Bentley band. Take a man, Balenciaga brought it back. No how I give it up. It's big bags, bustin' out the Bentley band. Take a man, working back, party back. No how I give it up. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. Up, then it's up. If it's up, then it's stuck. If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck.
Ride with the mob, Hamdulillah. Check in with me and do your job. Berg is the name. Ben Baller did the chain. Tono for the watch. Cause he plain Jane. Lamborghini chain. Rest in peace to my superior. Hermes Linga feed a village in Liberia. TMZ taking pictures causing my hysteria. Mama see me on BT and start tearing up. I'ma start killing. Guess how you get that tripe? I attended Harlem picnics when you risked your life. Uncle used to skim work selling nicks at night. I was only 8 years old watching Nick at night. Uncle Psycho was in that barrel. and do your job. Berg is the name. Ben Baller did the chain. Torn off for the watch. Prezi plain Jane. Ride with the mob. Hamdulillah. Check in with me and do your job. Berg is the name. Ben Baller did the chain. Torn off for the watch. Prezi plain Jane. Find me mobbing with my click or something. Yeah. Mobbing with my click or something. Hey. Mobbing with my click or something. Yeah.
Hey yo, I'ma explain why you probably never see me. I push a Lamborghini, choke your magic like Houdini. A body shaped like Genie, booty dreamy, waist is teeny. Yes, I told him to get titles, so he stream me when he leave me. I go hard in the booth, Biggie vibes, give me the loot. I'm a classy millionaire, ain't got the couth. C-O-U-T-H, cause you can't spell it either. If I call him, then he coming home, running Derek Jeter. Must be eating out because I swear that bottom feed us. You know that you my son, I should've scrapped you as a fetus. All these rockin' inches cause they following the leader. I should switch it up on hopes and rock an afro like Lupitas. I don't pedas, I don't pedas, I don't pedas, I don't pedas.
Hold
DJ
up. Ride with me, happy Wednesday.
To rock a chain like a field. How the f you real, they squid. Roll that pressure up and pop a seal.
We gon' go in, we gotta get through the hump day.
Heard you getting money, how I feel. Heard you getting money, how I feel. She coolin' with a real one, how I feel, baby. She coolin' with a real one, how I feel, baby. Heard you getting money, how I feel. I heard you getting money, how I feel. To rock a chain like a field. How the f you real, and you swell.
50 bands, 100 bands, man. Let's just not even discuss it, man. OMG. Sleep, I ain't tripping, I'ma let him sleep. I ain't tripping, let him rest in peace. I can tell you how it happened. I can tell you about them safe house nights out in Calabasas. I can tell you not a rap. Tryna sell this story, I don't even open up the package. Who you with? What you claim? I was paying mama's rent when I was turning 17. So the dirty like Diana never clean. My ex asked me where you moving, I say on the better things. Yeah, 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands, man. Let's just not even discuss it, man. OMG. Sleep, I ain't tripping, I'ma let him sleep. I ain't tripping, let him rest in peace. I've been in the crib with the phones on. I've been at the house taking no call. I done hit a stride, got my going. Yeah, in the seats cooking with the wrist. Look, I got enemies, got a lot of enemies. Got a lot of people trying to drain me of my energy. They trying to take away.
We gon' have some fun with it hump day.
With the kid and pray for you. I got girls in real life trying to f up my day. Going online, that ain't part of my day. I got real popping with my family too. I got that can never leave Canada too. I got 2 mortgages, 30 million in total. I got that is still trying to me over. I got rap that I gotta act like I like, but my acting days are over for life. Yeah, I got enemies, got a lot of enemies. Got a lot of people trying to drain me of this energy, trying to take away from it. With the kid and pray for you. I got people talking down, man, like I give a I bought this one a purse, I bought this one a truck, I bought this one a house, I bought this one a mall. I keep buying, just make sure you keep track of it all. I got asking me about the code for the Wi-Fi, so they can talk about their timeline and show me pictures of their friends, just to tell me they ain't really friends. Ex-girl, she the female version of me. I got strippers in my life, but they virgins to me. I hear everybody talking about what they gon' be. I got high hopes for you, we gon' see. I got money in the course of law, my the free. About to call your ass a Uber, I got somewhere to be. I hear fairy tales about how they gon' run up on me. But run up when you see me, then we gon' see.
What's up, it's Polo G and I'm rocking with my girl DJ T.O., the dopest female DJ in the Carolinas.
That's me, at SheJTO on all social media. Vibe with me.
We pop out at your party, I'm with the gang, and it's gon' be a so tuck your chain. I'm a girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, hit your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them ride with me, look, don't get banged. Cause they'll do that job for me while I hop on the plane. She don't like her body, left the doctor with a new shape. Blowing up my phone cause she just see me with my new babe. Heartbreaker, ladies love me like I'm Cool J. She was trying to cling on to a but it's too late. Booked the flight to Cali, rocks and in my suitcase. And every single dollar in these bands got a blue face. Diamonds in the rollie, they in HD like it's Blu-ray. The way that I've been ballin' should make the cover of 2K. Show out for the summer, I might pull up in the new rave. This'n on the game, that's gon' only get you crew chase. And we hopped it down, better tighten up your shoelace. Look, go get up close and let the we pop out at your party, I'm with the gang, and it's gon' be a so tuck your chain. I'm a girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, hit your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them rock with me, don't get banged, cause they'll do that job for me while I hop on the plane.
I keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. She keep that booty, booty. She keep that plump, yeah. And that's a beauty, beauty.
What's poppin'? Blaze Group LLC presents Blaze Virtual Summit. Bend but do not break. If bend, don't break.
If I hit it one time, I'm a piper. If I hit it 2 times, then I like her. If I fuck 3 times, I'm a wifer. It ain't safe for the black or the white girls. It ain't safe, it ain't safe, it ain't safe, it ain't safe. Tell your man pipe up. And it bands from the safe in your face when you say, money dance turn this into a nightclub.
Use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Blaze Virtual Summit on social media.
I need face, I need brain, concentrate. I perform product case, killer weed, rock a lace. The move by the ace, the goals, drive a rave. Get some money, put the rollie, patty face. My career taking off, yeah, jogging in place. Where these hoes on their mouth, are these out of shape? Can you stop with all the subs? I ain't cherry. If you really want some smoke, you can pull up, you can get it. Grab a hand, pull up braids, make it. Put a white boy on the song, I might turn GEC out. Keep it G from the goal to the end, from the start. You know me, Cardi B, popping on the charts.
If I hit it 1 time, I'm a piper. If I hit it 2 times, then I like her. If I fuck 3 times, I'm a wifer. It ain't safe for the black or the white girls. It ain't safe, it ain't safe, it ain't safe, it ain't safe. Tell your man pipe up. And it bands from the safe in your face when you say, money dance turn this into a nightclub.
Put me and get some money and get some money. Put me and get some money and get some money. Put me and get some money.
Ooh, she got the keys to the boutique. She don't do 9 to 5. 100,000 viewers on her IG live. She do it, make a toast to it. You ain't never heard of that. And then Birkin bag, stupid. You ain't never heard of brag or say that she going through it. I just wanna tap it, boop, boop it 1 time. Ooh, just give me 1 night, I can make her mine. Cause I know she done came a long way, and she don't want drinks no more. Ain't bringing no dough to the table. Ooh, you know that your bank account big. Come back on the weekend, you ain't able. Ooh, she gon' be like, I got it. Pull $1,000 out of side pocket. Ooh, that little bit of drink you tried to buy. Stop it. Bottles on me, the cork look like a skyrocket. Poppin', ooh, she don't want the drink, she want the rent paid. Ooh, she don't pay for nothing, she just get paid. I like that. She don't even need me to try. She pull up in the Rari with the roof up. I'm just buying drinks, you doing too much.
Vibe with me at SheJTO on all social media. You got a request? Talk to me.
SheJTO.
No sequence. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite. Nike crossbody, got a piece. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way, we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. Don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could give you the passion. It's a thriller in the track. Baby, don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could give you satisfaction. And you know we out here every day with it. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way, we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. Don't you wanna dance with me?
We gonna have some fun. It's hump day. Bend but do not break. That's what we on this week.
This is all God's doing, man, you can't plan it. But if the devil's in the details, then I'm satanic. About to take over your city and you can't stand it. My account say you sitting like the Titanic. David Blaine last summer, man, you had to vanish. I get the hits like somebody pitching underhanded. Got my Spanish team convinced that I know Spanish. Really, when she get to talking, I don't understand it. You ain't on it right away, you had to wait on. Man, I'm only 29, had some patience with us. Plus, I never met nobody from my label. I just pop up with the music, then they paying. Yeah, it ain't been the same like before. I still love it, but I used to love it more. FaceTime with my shorty on tour, and she texting purple hearts cause she know that we at war, yeah. Keep reaching and dissing. Can't afford mistakes and I don't listen. Let me call my bros for assistance. You gon' make me call my bros for assistance. Keep reaching and dissing. Put me in a up position. You gon' make me call my bros for assistance. Let me call my bros.
Baby, I'm a savage, I ain't romantic. When I come around, these rappers start to panic. And they pockets going under like the Titanic. Got some last night and it was outstanding. They was hating on me then and they hating now. She was playing with me then, but she waiting now. Used to sleep inside a den, I got acres now. I was fighting then, but I'm spraying now. Blasting. I don't pay no mind to no sleep, bitch. No, I won't spend a dime on a freak. Taking cheap shots on some cheap. They the type to stand in line for some free. Baby girl gon' stick to a jaws lock. She gon' make me put my bitch on car block. We the ones popping, we the ones shopping. We the ones dropping, we the ones. They the ones ducking when them heaters come. You that snitching on your people, huh? 21 Savage, aka the Reaper, huh? Yeah, for all that reaching, huh?
Keep reaching and dissing. Can't afford mistakes and I don't listen. Let me call my bros for assistance. You gon' make me call my bros for assistance. Keep reaching and dissing. Put me in a up position. Let me call my bros for assistance. Let me call my bros.
It's the SheJTO.
She's so dope.
What's up? Every good girl needs a little thug. Every block boy needs a little love. If he put it down, I'ma pick it up.
Vibe with me.
Cause you see, it's just me and you. Panoramic view, that's my point of view, babe. All about me, that's the energy. That's that limit pepper thing, I'm a 10-piece, baby. Bedroom fully in a bando. He gon' make it flip, do it with no handles. Never switching sides, only switching angles. Ooh, we go crazy like Rambo. What it is, oh, what's up? Every good girl needs a little thug. Every black boy needs a little love. If he put it down, I'ma pick it up. What it is, oh, what's up? Every good girl needs a little thug. Every black boy needs a little love. If he put it down, I'ma pick it up. Hit him up. In the truck, got it tucked. He gave it up. Pocket stuck all night. I like you ain't gotta say it when you know it's on side.
She got everything you want in a nice body ass hat. Behind every gangster to shawty solid that got his back. You know who to come to every time the world handle him bad. The one he called first, but still he always put it last. I'm pouring out the glass, my body fighting all that gas. On smoke ox and that's all I pack, kicking my ass. In studio dozing, all I can keep from falling asleep. I hate that for you, ain't got no bread, but trying to be. Being black in America is the hardest thing to be. Every thug need a little love too, baby, behind my me. Told her don't call me the sneak, cause I spend like money. I put her down the greatest, baby, this here for me. I took her from my we vibing to east side of the country. So she had a little situation, but I could tell it ain't by name. I made her rapping. She say don't hush me, I say don't rush me. And I can tell how much she liked it by the way she suck or what it is.
What it is, oh, what's up? Every good girl needs a little love. Every black boy needs a little love. If he put it down, I'ma pick it up. What it is, oh, what's up? Every good girl needs a little love. Every black boy needs a little love. If he put it down, I'ma pick it up.
I told you I go by the name of DJ T.O. at SheJTO on all social media. Don't forget to use that hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit.
I say, I don't need no Molly to be savage. When I'm on that Molly, I feel savage. She the definition of a bad bitch. Stole her. I'm the definition of a bandit. I don't need no Molly to be savage. But when I'm on the Molly, I feel savage. My girl, the definition of a bad bitch. Stole her heart. I'm the definition of a bandit. Put the perks down and picked up the jiggers. Tommy in the Tommy Hill, figure. Tommy hit and Tommy Hill, figure. I'm nice when I'm high off the pills, I'ma with her. I don't smoke skunk, but tonight I'm getting stuck with it. Pour the codeine up and put some Molly in the cup with it. I know she a freak, she gon' with it. She my Velcro, guess I'm stuck with her. I dive in it like a sailor, I love to nail her. Addicted to her paraphernalia, I had to tell her. I see it like a fortune teller. Yo, ex nigga did good, I could do better. Bad bitch from the woods, I think she a hunter. She a killer and a eater, she a Jeffrey Dahmer. I can tell when she in the feelings, I could read her like a book. No tech, no beretta, effing on me, am I understood? Yeah. I don't need no Molly to be savage. When I'm on that Molly, I feel savage. She the definition of a bad bitch. Stole her. I'm the definition of a bandit. I don't need no Molly to be savage. But when I'm on the Molly, I feel savage. My girl, the definition of a bad bitch. Stole her heart. I'm the definition of a bandit.
Hold up.
I don't need no Molly to be savage. When I'm on that Molly, I feel savage. I don't need no Molly to be savage. When I'm on that Molly, I'm a savage.
Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Yeah, acting stupid. What was happening? What was happening? I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Hacking stupid. What was happening? What's happening? I'm the hood Mona Lisa, break a nigga into pieces. Had to X some cheesy niggas out my circle like a pizza. I'm way too exclusive. I don't shop on Insta boutiques. All them little clothes only fit fake booties. Bad, bill talking cash. Be like water, I'm a brother and relaxing. I would never trip on a if I had him. That's my trash, you the maid, so you bagged him. I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Yeah, acting stupid. What was happening? What was happening? I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Hacking stupid. What was happening? What's happening? Eat me and record it, but your edge up all I'm showing. I keep my private, so it's AP all I'm showing. Beefing with you bitches really getting kinda boring. If it ain't about the money, then you know I'm gonna ignore it. I'm just, I need a mop to clean the floors. Too much drip. I keep it not, I keep it watch, I keep it whip. Let's play a game. Simon says I'm still there. I'm still at, yeah. I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Yeah, acting stupid. What's happening? What's happening? I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Yeah, sassy, moody, nasty. Yeah, hacking stupid. What's happening? What's happening?
DJ T.O.
She's so dope.
Feelings, so deep in my feelings. No, this ain't really like me. Can't control my anxiety. Feelings, so deep in
break. That's what we on this week.
Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you. And I'm down for you always, KB. Do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you. And I'm down for you always. Look, the new me is really still the real me. I swear you gotta feel me before they try and kill me. They gotta make some choices, they running out of option. Cause I've been going off and they don't know when to stop. And then when you get to top and I see that you've been learning. And when you get to shopping, you spend it like you earned it. And when you popped off on your ex, he deserved it. I thought you would've won from the jump, that confirmed it. Trap money, Benny. I buy you champagne, but you love some Henny. From the block like you Jenny. I know you special, girl, cause I know too many. Risha, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you. And I'm down for you always, JT. Do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you. And I'm down for you.
Met her in the club, all the polish showing up. Can you party with a thug? I'm just trying to show you love. VIP, we got it packed. This is where the party at. And you the one I wanna know. So tell me how it's supposed to go.
Vibe with me. I go by the name of DJ T.O. It's at CJTO on all social media. Don't forget to use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit.
Met her in the club, all the polish showing love. Can you party with a thug? I'm just trying to show you love. VIP, we got it packed. This is where the party at. And you the one I wanna know. So tell me how it's supposed to go.
He said meet me in Miami. Never been on a jet, girl, don't you panic. Keys to the wheels and the mansions. He know I was this thing. T-shirt, panties. We hit the club together, we tilt the dances. Might grab a couple if they really attractive. Or I can keep it classy, I can get romantic. It's all up to you, what you wanna do.
I used to love her, leave her. Girl, it's something about you, think I'ma keep you. Pull up in the wagon, I put the Jeep up. We living lavish, so kick your feet up. Met her in the club, all the polish showing love. Can you party with a thug? I'm just trying to show you love. VIP, we got it packed. This is where the party at. And you the one I wanna know. So tell me how it's supposed to go.
DJ T.O. She's so dope.
I be feeling like the man when I walk through. I ain't stunning what you saying when I walk through. I got all these boys staring when I walk through. I done made a few bands on the walk through. Watch me, hey, why me walk through? Watch me, hey, why me walk through? Watch me, hey, why me walk through? I done made a few bands on the walk through. I done made a few bands on the walk through. People don't know now, don't talk to. Me and Parliament and Rip Hill boss too. Sitting at the round table making balls move. I done walk through with Gucci on my feet. Who got more money, you or me? I'ma walk through usually with my dream Beverly that I got the tool on me. I done jump past security. What the do you need glasses? Just to see me when I'm coming full speed. Got that B12 running, and I'ma jump the fence if I see 12 coming. Even if I were blind, I could still smell money. I can't trust no outside, cause they could tell them I'm the alphabet boy, cause I keep a L on me. I good, throwing up my set in your hood. I be feeling like the man when I walk through. I ain't stunning what you saying when I walk through. I got all these boys staring when I walk through. I done made a few bands on the walk through. Watch me, hey, why me walk through? Watch me, hey, why me walk through? Watch me, hey, why me walk through? I done made a few bands on the walk through.
Like this. Pretty girls walk like this.
CJTO.
All the pretty girls walk like big boss bitch. Pull up in the vet, flood out my wrist with some ice around my neck. Know my ex, on to the next. He know this good cause he always come back. I like diamonds, shiny, fly me to an island. If I say I want it, then you know he gon' buy it. Foreign, private, designer, stylish. I'll throw attention, know a to get childish. Go down. girls walk like this, 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 this. Pretty girls walk like this, 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 this. All the pretty girls walk like this, 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 this. Pretty girls walk like this, 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 this.
CJTO.
Lead up, got me thinking, babe. Tell me if you with it, cause I'm with it, babe. I haven't heard from you and I'm in it, babe. Just tell me what to do and I get it, babe. Gucci and Prada. Trip to crib in the middle of the night. I don't let you miss me cause I put it down right down, babe. I can put you on a flight. You know that a nigga like me can change your life, oh, baby. Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody watching go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a great little baby. Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody watching go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a great little baby. I've been overseas going crazy. I could tell you love it when we made up. Black and gray diamonds like a radar. Orange peel, your love is real. Love and skills, I need some love and skills. Love my day draws and you love me still. Eyes come lazy, but she is real. Dressed to kill. Make it bomb bomb till you're tired. I can put a stone by your eye. I can't say you never switch your sides. You never tell me lies. Not rushing ties, yeah. Trip to your crib in the middle of the night. I don't let you miss me cause I put it down right damn, babe. I can put you on a flight. You know that a nigga like me can change your life, oh, baby. Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody got you going crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a great little baby.
I was locked 23 and 1. Now I ball like 23 and 1. Sniper game, I'm always playing manhunt. I'm the one who killed the fool and what? Still got the fire in my eyes, but I changed though. Suck my dick, I'm too rich to drive a Range Rover. But I hated baby, I remember stealing mangoes. How my side better than my main? How my side better than my main? Every nigga say it's smoke, they get extinguished.
I just talk that Guapanese, that's my language. I just put some Cartiers on my main. I just put some Valentino on my main. Bad boy chain busting like the rainbow. I'm off yak, I'm with yak in the limbo. Yelling out the window, money in the thing. Yeah. We outside again. Couple goons with me, we ain't hiding it. Brand new color, and that's what we sliding in. Bad little bitch, I'm proud of her. That pretty good, she proud of it. I can't fall in love, cause that money be my bottom. But she still suck it and she swallow it. All these said he hating, cause more money be more problems. And we'll let him talk and we gon' silence it.
Can't stop, won't stop, bad boy. Always upgrading from my last one. I don't on Risha, Keisha, and Joy. And I ain't tripping if you enjoy. I was locked 23 and 1. Now I ball like 23 and 1. Sniper game, I'm always playing manhunt. I'm the one who killed the fool and what?
I'm styling. Talk big t-shirt Billy. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, run that back, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt Billy. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, the first class, I'm the pilot. Put it in perspective. I got everything I wanted and some extra. I am not the type of turning into a detective. Got two on my own phone, barely even checked them. Uber is the food I don't call, I just text it. Guess I don't bail, my little got a vested. Next time my Lexus, no backseat, so no besties. I checked it, no guesses, so don't text. Hey, 2 pistols, 30s in the clip, these are Kimbos. Open hand, smack him in his mid, I'm Kimbo. You be throwing cash on the strip, my little sucking for the free. I got a but a thing got me. I know she chip when I dip, so I they pillow talking about me like I'm but she ain't know this shit. 3 weeks in my teeth, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Eilish. Prada, better put it back on the island. Heard it talking crazy, my mind been out this silent. Run that back, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Billy Eilish. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, run that back, I'm stylish. Talk big t-shirt, Billy Eilish. Watch on my wrist, but I want that diamond. Talk crazy when I pull up in sight. Mile high, go first class, I'm the pipe.
Low waist, fat, baby, tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Diamonds dancing on your neck, better tap in. Tap,
Vibe with me, ladies. Use that hashtag, the Blaze Virtual Summit on social media. Tap, tap.
Tap in. MOB, RC gang, better tap in. Tap, tap, tap in. Wrist on glitter. Waist Billionaire boys wanna eat out. Shot from the west coast, they wanna go down south. All these lame little rappers tryna fuck clout. I won't let him hit, but he can put it in his mouth. Low waist, fat, baby, tap in. Tap in. Diamonds dancing on your neck, better tap in. Tap in. Getting money, get rich, baby, tap in. Tap in. MLB, RC gang, better tap in. Yeah. Tap.
Get it up right now. Get it up right now. Get it up right now. Wow. Get it up right now. Get it up right now. Get it up right now.
DJTO.
No masterpiece. 10 bad babs and they after me. One bad look like a masterpiece. Looking for a dunk like an athlete. Big drip, what you call it? Big drip. Ice chain, pure water. Ice. You got the cab, but can't afford them. Cash. You got the bad, but can't afford them. Give me the beat, I ride it like a jet ski. Hey. Some of the bad, they harassing me. They like me cause I rap and be with the athletes. Stop asking me, I know they mad at me. Hop in the coupe, then I slide like it's Vaseline. West Coast 6, poaching like a trampoline. Take a brick out, put it on the triple beam. I'm not from Canada, but I see a lot of teams. Dismantle up, I know how to handle her. Light the candle up, make you put a banner up. Toss a 50 up, make them tie the club up. Took your bitch out the game, I had to sub her. Swap. No masterpiece. 10 bad babs and they after me. One bad look like a masterpiece. Looking for a dunk like an athlete. Big drip, what you call it? Big drip. Ice chain, pure water. Ice. You got the cab, but can't afford it. Cash. You got the bad, but can't afford it.
It's the DJ T.O.
She's so dope.
Are you that hitter that can love me right? Are you that hitter that can last all night? Are you that hitter that you won't tell lies? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter with the funds on tick? Are you that hitter who won't touch my brakes? Are you that hitter live between my legs? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter in the street biz? Are you the type to finally turn me to a freak chick? Are you the type that gonna follow it? And what my good, you gonna follow it, yeah. Are you the type of gonna spoil me? Are you gonna be another one that annoy me? Say that right now and I'll avoid it. But if you're really down, then I'm on it. If you're getting paid, then we getting paid. If you got it paid, then I got it made. Every other night, every other day. Give me what I want, give me what I need. If you're getting paid, then we getting paid. If you got it paid, then I got it made. Every other night, every other day. Give me what I want, give me what I need. Are you that hitter that can love me right? Are you that hitter that can last all night? Are you that hitter that you won't tell us? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter with the funds on tick? Are you that hitter who won't touch my friends? Are you that hitter live between my legs? Are you that hitter? Are you that hitter?
Hold up. Welcome to the Blaze Virtual Summit. Bend but don't break. That's what we on this week. Brought to you by the Blaze Group LLC.
On the tongue. You just wanna send me automatic with a drop. Ask me if I'm finished now. I just begun. I ain't giving out no to no just for fun. Are you done? Run a man. I don't know no other man. Run it up like 100 just for 100 bands. I don't even got me 100 bands. I'm still gonna make me 100 M's with 100 plans. Give me peso, extendo. I carry it's like I'm Prego. Beat her up with corn petro. Suck it, shoulda knew it from the get-go. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Come on, baby, don't play with it, don't play with it. Just lay in it. Spin all day in it. My hitters don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. They stay with it. I'm okay with it. When they come to me, they don't play with it.
Wizzy on me, yeah, that's something that I stay with. The Brooklyn, they ain't really nothing to play with. Steady chatting when I ran down, she ain't say my hitters gon' bang quick. Come around and get dangerous. Acting like bimbos. Start to my Timbos. No, I ain't playing games, no Xbox, Nintendo. Real, no floor, I stand on it, that's 10 toes. Pulled up in the big body with the dog tints on the window.
He says she's so sweet, they gon' wanna lick the rapper. Let him taste the then I can come out right after.
Got these vex cause I curb him when I want. Get his wig pushed back if the try to fall like
Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. Come on, baby, don't play with it, don't play with it. Just lay in it. Spin all day in it. My hitters don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it. They stay with it. I'm okay with it.
When it come to me, they don't play with me.
It's the CJ, DJ T.O.
She's so dope.
That's right. I go by the name of DJ T.O. Hit me on social media at ShinJTO. Don't forget to use that hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit everywhere. It's hump day. So we got to go all the way up. Like, damn. Let's do it. One time for my girl Casey. What up, Casey?
This ain't what you want. Project. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. 1600 block. I just wanna rock. I just wanna rock. Body yada yada. Shorty got that body yada yada. Hit it once, no time. Set up, you gon' kill my vibe. Stand on my money, don't know my size. Pick them sides, and you better choose wisely. That's my high. 1, 2, 3, 4, throw up to 5. That's my high. Damn.
MC, make another hit.
This ain't what you want. Project. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want.
Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. I don't know how to dance but can lean. And make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Yeah. Call the 5 man, she a hot girl. Put her out. Ooh, I just broke a sweat and get a towel. She said nothing been happening though. It's the drought.
What it do is your boy Baby Jesus, aka the baby, the hottest thing smoking in the
Carolinas right now. Hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. I don't know how to dance but can lean. And make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Yeah. Call the 5 man, she a hot girl. Put her out. Ooh, I just broke a sweat and get a towel. She said nothing been happening though. It's the drought. I tell her put her in the L. Break it down. Go get in time out, you a bad. Just sit me a spot with the ad. I get up and pop me a pop, I get up and pop me a I get up and catch me a flight. Took me about 4 hours, went out the cab. And it don't matter how much she say it, it still ain't no way she can make me a dad. I don't know how to dance but can lean. And make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. I don't know how to dance but can lean. And make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Come shake some. Come shake some. Come shake some.
That's my baby.
Come shake some. Every time I see a baddie. Come shake some. Every time I see a baddie. Come shake some. Every time I see a baddie. Come shake some. I don't know how to dance but can lean. And make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. I don't know how to dance but can lean. And make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Make the ghetto women put their hands on their knees. Come shake some.
Vibe with me. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. It's Blaze Virtual Summit. Make sure you use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit on social media. It's brought to you by the Blaze Group LLC, and I go by the name of DJ T.O.
Yo, it's your boy Young Blue, and you locked in with Carolina's #1 female DJ, DJ T.O.
Like, she in her move, she lit, get money too. Like, she in her move. In the mirror, I'm doing my dance. Ain't packing out nobody's pants. He a rapper, but don't got a chain. Stuck in my waist, so I'm moving my bands. Like a million.
Vibe with me.
Like, she in her move. 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 She lit, get money too. Like, she in her move. In In the mirror, I'm doing my dance. Ain't packing out nobody's pants. He a rapper, but don't got a chance. Stuck in my waist, so I'm loving my bands. Like 1 million views in a day. There's so many ways to get paid. I tried dipping, he begged me to stay. Babe, I'm not staying, I just wanna play. In the party, he just wanna rum. Big boobs in the bus, they plump. She a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie with her baddie friend. They like, I tell you, always stay hot. Oh, they mad cause I keep making bops. Oh, she mad cause I'm taking her spot. If I was I'd hate me a lot. Like, she in her move. 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 She lit, get money too. Like, she in her move. No friends, I don't the fake. Saying they love me, but one in my place. Step in the party, I'm looking the baddest. So the paparazzi in my face. Pretty, but I came from the gutter. Said I'd be lit by the end of the summer. And I'm proud that I'm still getting bigger. Going viral is getting them sicker. Like what? Let's keep it a bug. Too boring, I'm stuck in a rut. Lamborghini roaring when I hop at the truck. Pretty like Lauren with a big butt. Yup, pretty face and a waist all gone. And I'm making them wait, hold on. And I'm making them wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Like she in her move. 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 She lit, get money too. Like she in her move.
It's the CJ, DJ T.O.
She's so dope. Like keep it a stack. Move on cause they know I got bands. They be chatting, I don't give a damn and I'm still getting money, I know who I am. Tryna be low, he gon' hit on my gram. If he smart, he gon' act like a fan. Think you bigger, they got your head gas. So I give him a pass. Like keep it a stack. Move on cause they know I got bands. They be chatting, I don't give a damn and I'm still getting money, I know who I am. Tryna be low, he gon' hit on my gram. If he smart, he gon' act like a fan. Think you bigger, they got your head gas. So I give him a pass. And I just fell in love with a gangster. So he put my name in the top. But I don't let him come to the crib. So we get it on where we at. Nowadays I be ducking them cameras. And they hype that I'm up on them banners. Calling my phone but they know I don't answer. In the hood I'm like Princess Diana. I'm thick cause I be eating oats. Not take from me but notes. Wanna be me so she do my emotes and my name in her mouth so I bet she gon' choke. Tell her man I'm the girl of his dreams. Think about me when he brushing his teeth. He keep texting I leave him on scene. Hottest down they know what I mean. Like keep it a stack. Move on cause they know I got bands. They be chatting I don't give a damn and I'm still getting money I know who I am. Tryna be low he gon' hit on my gram. If he smart, he gon' act like a fan. Think you bigger, they got your head gas. So I give him a pass. Like keep it a stack. Move on cause they know I got bands. They be chatting, I don't give a damn and I'm still getting money, I know who I am. Tryna be low, he gon' hit on my gram. If he smart, he gon' act like a fan. Think you bigger, they got your head gas. So I give him a pass.
I be eating my spinach. They tried to clone my image. They burnt they London bridges. None of them British. I know they know the difference. And I just fell in love with a gangster. So I hold him down like an anchor. He said if I keep it 100, that he keep me safe like a banker. Nowadays I be making him famous. She the princess, so who you lames is. Of course I be pushing they buttons. I hold her control like the gamers. Like keep it a stack. If we keepin' it crack. Bad little redhead, she bout to black. We come out, it's a movie, but we don't do back. Live from London, straight from the palace. Manda Magalis, I text us like Dallas. Keep it a bean, yo. He talk nice cause the game me how. Like keep it a stack. Smooth one cause they know I got bands. They be chatting, I don't give a damn, and I'm still getting money, I know who I am. Tryna be low, he gon' hit up my gram. If he smart, he gon' act like a fan. Thinking you bigger, they got your head gas. Slow, so I get him a pass. Like keep it a stack. Move on cause they know I got bands. They be chatting, I don't give a damn, and I'm still getting money, I know who I am. Tryna be low, he gon' hit up my gram. If he smart, he gon' act like a fan. Thinking you bigger, they got your head gas. Slow, so I get him a pass.
Take it from me. They don't even need to be as famous as me. I don't think I meet them at the places I be, but deep down I think about you all day, mommy. I know I'm a pit bull, but darling, mommy, I just wanna take you on a holiday, mommy. Say what's on your mind, I'ma call away, mommy. Come and rescue me. Take me out the club, take me out the trap. Take me off the market, take me off the map. I'm tryna hit the group chat and tell them it's a come and rescue me. Take me out the club, take me out the trap. Take me off the market, take me off the map. I'm tryna hit the group chat and tell them it's a rap.
I didn't come this
this far just to come this far.
GJTO.
Okay, remember that. You didn't come this far just to come this far. Yep. I saw it on the internet.
I don't really know how to confess my love. Really seem like I wanna test my love for you who don't know how to express my love. That's why American Express my love for you. I need you, yeah, I really do. Tell me what to do.
Okay.
Tell me what to do.
Okay.
Tell me what to do. All I know is hit the mall and see what damage I could do.
Okay.
I give you the world, but there's other planets too. And I need someone to be patient with me. Someone to get money with, not take it from me. They don't even need to be as famous as me. I don't think I meet them at the places I be. But deep down I think about you all day, mommy. I know I'm a pit bull, but darling, mommy, I just wanna take you on a holiday, mommy. Say what's on your mind, I'ma call away, mommy. Come and rescue me. Take me out the club, take me out the trap, take me off the market, take me off the map. I'm tryna hit the group chat and tell them it's a come and rescue me. Take me out the club, take me out the trap, take me off the market, take me off the map. I'm tryna hit the group chat, tell them it's a
You heard me? What it do? This Kevin Gates right now. I'm going with my little slim thing. You heard me? DJ T.O., my little slim baby.
Hold up.
I was trying to get it how I live. I want them dead presidents. I wanna pull up, head spin, get it, get fly. I got 6 jobs, I don't get tired. I don't get tired. I don't get tired. I don't get tired. Get it, get fly. I got 6 jobs, I don't get
full-time father, full-time artist. Ex-guard, he said grind harder, learn from every time you ever fail. If it never failed, just grind smarter. Iron sharpen, you the dag on they hindquarters and they all acting. Rap game, I'm a pallbearer. Kill man, get a call after. First look, it was all laughter. Kevin Gates, no small matter, made men believe when they didn't believe. Dive in the crowd, no safety holders. Got in the booth, no safety on it. Aiming, I shoot for the stars. Got the award, I ain't win no awards. Only meaning one thing, don't get tired, I go hard.
I was trying to get it how I live. I want them dead presidents. I wanna pull up, head spin, get it, get fly. I got 6 jobs, I don't get tired. I don't get tired. I don't get tired. I don't get tired. Get it, get fly. I got 6 jobs.
DJ T.O., Carolina's #1 female DJ. It's me, K Count, man. Turn up, turn me up. Give them that flood. Let's get it.
It ain't nothing to cut that shot. It ain't nothing to cut that.
Blaze Virtual Summit, hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit. Vibe with me.
So what you saying? You know I'm the man. Nothing but a bird. I'ma leave you where you stand. Heard you got a man. Hope he understand though. You ain't nothing but a creeper, baby. I'm just saying though. Saying though. It ain't nothing to cut that shot. It ain't nothing to cut that shot. Been on the low, hope your man don't see. She'll bust it down for some down lima rips. Me like some bubble gum, something like Rashid. Gotta give my partner some, she on me like Adidas. Baby, you can't hold back, stop flexing like you not. Yo man tryna patrol that, I guess he is a cop. But he really can't cuff if he bustin' at my spot. But I didn't have enough, cause it's making my hot. Blowing up a phone, what I tell you about that? Tryna hold something, hold my can you do that? Get me playing around with that, why he? And you can't say nothing now, cause we all been through with that, It ain't nothing to cut that shot. It ain't nothing to cut that shot. Turn up.
yeah. Lately I just wanna show up and body some, yeah. Always been a little mad petition. Lately this cash I'm getting got me losing count of these bags. I've been moving too fast. Hard times don't last. Remember when cops are rats talking out my boy, you ain't with a badge. All my life, they be trying to keep me down. All this time,
DJTO.
No.
Vibe with me. Lil Durk, J. Cole, all my life.
They be trying to keep me down. I decided I had to finish, but the media called me a menace. I done sat with the men politicians. I'm trying to change the image. You can't blame my past no more. I come from the trenches. Some said I'd never be a superstar, but I know I'm different. I'm the voice, but the system ain't give me a choice. Know some people that still unemployed. I know a felon who trying to get forward. Child support, your only support. For a visit, I'm going through courts. Went to jail, they was chaining me up. And you know that I'm famous as see how you gon' joke about stimulus, but they really had came in the clutch. I know some kids wanna hurt themselves. Stop trying to take drugs, I refer to myself. Trying to better myself, trying to better my health. But all my life, they be trying to keep me down. All this time, never thought I'd make it out. No. No. All my life, they be trying to keep me down. First generation ghetto, cold world, hello. Made it out the city with my head on straight. Keep up the let out. Yo, enjoy the pill, gotta get out. Cause the that I spit out is a cheat code, like I'm facing a Rico. And I put a hit out, and another one, and another one. I got like 100 of them by the lap. So they think they're ahead of me, but I'm really in front of them now. Some of them fumbling, they bad. Know the little crumbs that they had. A reminder to humble yourself. Could be gone in an instant. Me, I'm running long distance, all pistons firing. I've been stuck between maybe retiring and feeling like I'm just not hitting my prime. These days, seeing rappers be dying way before they even getting they shine. I never even heard a little buddy till somebody murder little buddy. Now I'm on the phone searching little buddy name. Got to playing his tunes all day in my room. Thinking, damn, it's wicked to get their names buzzing. Some just gotta go lay in a tune. And media thirsty for clicks. I got a new rule. If you ain't ever posted a rapper when he was alive, you can't post about him after they get hit. It's simple. It's the principle. On any tempo, I'm invincible. Don't even rap, I just fit to you. I'd rather that than an interview. Most days, more like I'm going through a phase. Young drop the whip like road rage. I pray all of my dogs stay so paid. And the only thing to kill them is old age. All my life, they be trying to keep me down. All this time, never thought I'd make it out. No. No. All my life, they be trying to keep me down.
It's almost time for us to wrap it up. I hope y'all had a great time. I go by the name of DJTO. I really appreciate y'all spending the last hour with me. Use the hashtag Blaze Virtual Summit on all social media. And make sure you follow the Blaze Group LLC. One time for my girl Casey. We gonna run this one. Then we gonna get it out of here. It's hump day.
Spiraling up, just like a rich staircase. No fly zone, please stay the fuck out my airspace. Say things behind her back, shit they wouldn't dare say. Know it's on sight when I see you, I'm working in Squarespace.
Yeah, top of the morning, I know that you thought I was dormant. Woke up early from shots that was swarming a block from the outside, the cops in the orbit. Cause somebody got popped, now they knocking on doors trying to find an informant. But I ain't seen Nathan, I'm minding my business. As God is my witness, the weapon gon' prosper that's forming against me. I'm starving immensely. Know when I'm done with these songs, you gon' miss me. John Moran, I'm on my grizzly. Music is just cuz, but no, not the ones in the big leagues. After the fall off, I promise I'm coming and selling out Wrigley's. I'm just a product of poverty, full of narcotics to profit off quickly. My family tree got a history of users that struggle with demons, not really the hustler instincts. Therefore, often my pockets was empty. So while some of my partner was serving up on the corners of project assemblies, me, I was starting to envy. Wanna be on the top where it's plenty. Wanna be in the spotlight where every want me like Rihanna dropping new Fenty. What I see in the sky, the villas of ceiling can't reach up too high evidently. Nah. I can't reach up too high evidently. Never seen no one driving a Bentley. I can't be out here mopping up Wendy's.
My life is all I have. My rhymes, my pen, my pad. And I done made it out the struggle, don't judge me. What you saying now won't budge me. Cause where I come from, so often people you grow with laying in a coffin. But I done made it through the pain and strife. It's my time now, my world, my life, my life.
Say what? The stuff that I seen got me traumatized.
Once again, man, thank y'all so much for rocking with me. I appreciate the Blaze Group LLC for always rocking with me. They still got a whole rest of the week of events for y'all mixes tomorrow at lunchtime. You're not going to get an experience like this nowhere else, so make sure you support the Blaze Group LLC and everything they do. Until next time, make sure you follow me at SheJTO. Enjoy the rest of your hump day.
Wellness practitioner and a digital marketing strategist, and today I'm so excited to be back. Yes, this is my second year to lead you all in another exclusive You Deserve fitness session, a Pilates-based 1-hour fitness focus exclusively for my women in business. Now, as Black women in business, we know that it's important to show up for everyone else because everyone depends on us, right? But I believe, and I hope you follow this mantra as well, that you should prioritize your personal health and wellness before you handle your business. In fact, it makes you a better business boss. So, for today's fitness session, it's 1 hour devoted just to you. Get in touch with your total body and get it all out on the mat. You're gonna need a mat, some fitness gear, because we're gonna sweat, a towel, and a water bottle. So let's get into it. You can work around your ailments. A little bit of tightness is great. We don't want you to be in serious pain, but no, we're going to work the full body. We're gonna start standing and work our way down to the ground. Let's get to it. All right, so let's start off stretching and warming up that body. Our hips are straight ahead, our chest is straight ahead as well. Shoulders are low. We're gonna imagine that we have a string lifting us up from the top of our head, pulling us nice and high. We're gonna inhale, raising those arms up to the ceiling. And exhale, lower back down. Nice and controlled. Again, inhale and raise. And exhale and down. This time we're going to inhale and come all the way up on the toes, reaching through the tops of our fingertips, keeping those abs engaged, and hold. And come back down. Exhale. Again, inhale. Reaching up through the toes, onto the fingertips, keeping those shoulders low and those abs engaged, reaching and holding, and exhale, coming on down. This time, let's take those legs and spread them even further apart, keeping those abs engaged, chest high, shoulders low. We're going to inhale, raising up through those toes, keeping the abs engaged, reaching to the fingertips, and then exhale, coming on down. Nice. Widen those legs a little bit further, turn those feet out to the side, and now we're going to inhale, raising up on the toes, stretching up through the fingertips, hold it, and exhale, coming down into a lunge. Watching that back bone, keeping it tucked under, pressing through those heels, opening up the inner and outer thigh, pushing through and stretching back up. Feels so good. Raising through, stretching to the fingertips. Woo. And exhale, coming back down into that lunge once more. Nice. Getting lower. Hello. Pushing back up again. Inhale, raising through those toes. So I like to feel. Yes, and then come all the way back down again. Pushing back up. We're going to stop right here on the side. We're going to reach left over right into a nice OB stretch. Feeling so good. Really keep those abs engaged and stretch as long as you can. Hold for 3, 2, and 1. Turn all the way to the right side. Flatten that back so you're all the way lower, turning those feet out, reaching to the fingertips, and trying to touch the other side of the wall or wherever you are. Holding here and breathing. 2 and 1. Keeping those abs engaged and trying to come all the way down now into a runner's lunge. Extend that back leg. Now my right foot is forward, making sure that my knee is properly aligned above my toe. You don't want to have it too far above the ankle. We're going to take those arms down to either side, extending that back leg, keeping the weight in the heel so that you can flex those toes and hold right here for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Slowly twist up on that left arm if you can, or you can stay low. And reach to those fingertips. Stretch, twisting back down. Breathe. From here, we're going to bring that back leg in. Stepping into a bridge. We're going to sink knee to nose. And we're going to roll down and hold. We're here for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Right here. We're going to walk slowly to the center. Readjust yourself so that your hips are facing now towards the mat. Nice and controlled. Yep, readjust. Toes are forward, chest is low. And if you can, bring those hands down to the mat. And hold right here. Feeling the hamstrings. You can stay here. Bringing those arms in between the legs. Feels so good. Walking those hands back down. Shake your head yes and no. And then when you're ready, let's walk to the other side. Now it's the same concept. We're twisting our body to the left side now. And we're going to go right into that runner's lunge on the opposite side. So now my runner's lunge, my legs are realigned. Readjust that form. Pressing through the heel, making sure you can wiggle those toes. You want to keep those hands down on either side, that chest aligned. Pressing through that back leg, holding here. Control for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now you can stay here or you can take your right hand and twist that torso up towards the ceiling. Oh, reach. Open up that chest. Come right back down. Good. You can stay here and hold for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now step back up into a bridge. And from here, I want you to think knee to nose again. We're going to hold down. We're here for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now slowly roll up. We've readjusted that form now. We're going to hinge at the waist. Same concept. Straighten those back legs so you can feel them in the hamstring. And extend those arms out to the opposite side of the wall. Flatten that back. Keep everything nice and long. Hold it here for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Slowly raise it back up again. Twisting, readjusting that form. Hips are now straight ahead. We're going to reach right over left, going right into that deep oblique stretch on the opposite side. Oh, it feels so good. We're holding here for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bring it right back to center. Let's warm up those wrists. Let's shake it out. Yes, getting that blood flowing. Feels good. Warming up those fingertips, rotating the wrists, stepping on those toes, rotating the ankles. Let's get into some ab warm-up, total body engagement. This is my favorite part. So, we're going to start with our ab warm-up, putting our weight on our left leg, and extending our right foot. From here, we're going to engage our abs at all times. And just as I said before, you have that long string pulling you up at the top. Lift even higher, engaging those abs, expanding the ribcage. Chest is open, nice and straightforward. Shoulders are low. From here, we just place those hands on those hips. We're going to do controlled leg lifts. Nice and controlled. It's lift, hold, and lower for 2. Try not to touch that mat. Lift and hold, and lower for 2. Here we go. It's 8. Control and lower for 2. Lift up, crunch and hold, and lower for 2. Lift up, crunch and hold, and lower for 2. Lift up, crunch and hold, and lower for 2. 4 more. Nice and controlled. Work those obliques. So although it's a slow movement, you're going to really engage those abs. 2 more. Nice and controlled. Lift high through the glutes and slow return. Last one. Lift and hold. Return. Good. Rotate those ankles and toes. Switching sides now, putting the weight on the right foot. Now when you're putting that weight here, remember press through those heels and extend those toes. Be able to wiggle them, right? So you're making sure that weight is evenly distributed. Left leg is extended, Get right back into formalized position. Lift and straight forward. Lift up, hold for 2. And lower for 2. Lift up, hold for 2. And lower for 2. Let's work. 6. And lower. Lift even higher. 5. Control it. Good. This is 4. Can you try not to touch the mat? We've got 3. Nice. This is 2. And last 1. Excellent. Shake it out. Rotate. Twin foot. Switching sides. Now we're here on that left side again. Same concept as before. You can do the exact same 8 sets, focusing on those obliques, or you can add the arms. If you want to add the arms, it looks like this. Join me when you're ready. Extend that right foot. Arms out to the side, shoulders low, but we're bringing above the head. So we're going to bring those arms in to meet the knee in that crunch, on that crunch in, and then extend. Here we go. I'm going to demonstrate. Pull in for 2 and extend for 2. Slowly pull down, stopping at the chest, and extend straight up. Here we go. It's 8. Crunch, extend. 7. Crunch, extend. 6. Crunch, extend. 5. Inhale, extend. Nice and controlled. Watch those arms. They're stopping high above the chest. 4 more. This is 3. In for 2. Last 2. Four, 3, 2, and 1. And down. Great job. You should feel the burn. The glutes are waking up. Same concept, other side. Let's go. Weights on that right leg. Extend that left foot. Engage those abs. Expand the rib cage. Pulling up to the top of that head. Shoulders are low. Chest is high. This is if you're adding the arms. Remember, you don't have to add the arms. You can have those hands right here on the hips and stay right where you are. Here we go. Extend that beat off and pull down and crunch, hold for 2. Inhale and exhale. Pull, crunch, extend. 2. Pull down and crunch, extend. 2. Lifting nice and high and feeling it. Pulling and crunch. 2. 4 more. Pull, crunch. Watch those arms. Make sure they don't stop. Crunch, extend. Nice. We've got 2 more. Extend. Pull down, crunch, and extend. Give me 1 more. Pull down, crunch, hold. Baby crunch. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And up and extend. Shake it out. Great job. Coming right in the first position. Let's warm up those glutes even more. Firing them up. We're going to put those feet together, turning them out, zipping up those inner and outer thighs, and tucking that tailbone in. This is a plie, or Pilates plie for today's purposes. And from here, we're going to make sure that chest is high, abs are engaged, arms are out to the side, or here on your hips. You have 2 options. We're going to push down through those heels, opening up through those knees, and slowly come back up. Zipping up. Good. Give me 7 more like this. Push up. Good. This is 6. Push up. We've got 5. Push up. This is 4. Push up. We've got 3. Push up. We've got 2. Push up with those heels. And 1. Everything is tucked nice and high. Pushing straight up. Now we're going to take it out to the side. We're going to sumo these squats. Sumo wide, getting a little wider, turning those feet out if you will, tucking the tailbone in, abs are engaged, shoulders low, out to the side. Widen just a little bit more, challenge yourself. From here we're going to go down into a slow squat, pressing through our heels. Join me, nice and slow. 2, 3, 4, push up, 3, 4. Even lower. Drop down. Breathe. Tuck that tailbone, chest is high. 2, 3, 4. Let's work. It's low. 2, 3. Push through those heels. Push up. Slow. Control it. Inner and outer thigh. Down. 2, 3, 4. Push up. 2, 3, 4. It's 2 more. Give me all that you got. Nice and slow. Push up. Next. Last one. Take it down. 2, 3, 4. And up. Stop right here at the center. Get low. Hold it right here. Woo! Breathe. Get up on that left toe. And get up on that right toe. Hold it here and then press it up. Squat. Squat. Press. Squeezing at the top. Give me 7 more. Nice and strong. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Come all the way down to those heels. Work it out. Feels so good. Shake out. Shake out. Woo! Opening up those glutes. Inner and outer thighs. Feels great. We're going to start off with our thigh sequence, and really it's our squat sequence in Pilates. I love it here. So I'm going to turn to the side to make sure that you can see the form. So where you are, you're going to keep facing straight ahead. So get down into your center squat. Sitting up, boogie back. Abs are engaged. Arms are forward. Arms are high. Straight ahead. Or they can be in front of the chest. So I like them high right here. Your hips are parallel. Feet are flat. Pressing through the heels, lifting those toes, making sure you can wiggle the toes. And from here, what I want you to do, we're going to start off with the set of squats and lunges with our legs closer together, a little bit directly beneath our hips, which are facing straight ahead. So we're going to come down to that squat sit and hold. Hold your form, chest is high, getting low for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now from here, squatting lower, and then push up all the way, nice and slow, raising through those toes, squeezing at the top of the toes, engaging those abs, and then coming right back down, sitting through into that squat again, pushing those arms straight ahead. That's 1. Come right back up, raising nice and controlled, through those toes, squeezing at the top. That's 2. Exhale, come right back down. Inhale, push through those heels. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Slowly raise at the top. Nice. And exhale. Slowly push back, keeping those abs engaged. Pushing through those glutes, sitting into the heels. Yes. Raise it right back up. This is 4. Okay. Coming all the way up to the top of the toes. Raising nice and controlled. We're coming all the way back down. Through those heels. Coming through. It's a squat. Beautiful. Hold it. 4 more, pushing through, squeezing up at the top, nice and controlled of the toes. Beautiful. Coming all the way back down. Pushing through, set back. Exhale. Inhale. Woo. And exhale. Sitting back. Last 2, making the strongest one. Woo. Even lower. Squeezing at the top. On those toes, shoulders low, slow step back. Pushing up the heels for the last one right here. Squeezing at the top, nice and controlled. Beautiful. When we come down now, we're going to extend those legs a little wider. You know what it is. Same concept, wider sumo stance. Make sure those feet are parallel and not turned out. We're going to really want to feel it straight back in our glutes. So from here, you're going to do 1 demo, and then you're going to go into our round of 8. Nice and controlled. Shoulders low, chest is up. Sit back. 2, 3, get low. 4, raise up. Nice and controlled. Squeeze through up on the toes. Let's work. It's 8. Push back. 3, 4, squeeze up. Inhale. Nice and slow. Control it. Step back. Nice. Push to those heels on the return. Squeezing up. Engage those abs. Good. 6 more. Nice and controlled. Squeezing up to the top. Here we go. Yeah, this is 5. Step back. Up for 4. Squeeze at the top. 4 more. Push that booty back. Sit back in that glute like you're using the restroom. Push up with those toes. Drive it up. Nice and controlled. 3 more. Nice and controlled. Woo. Over here. Come all the way up. Squeeze at the top. Last 1. Squeezing at the top. Right here. Come down once more. Lower and hold it. Get low and hold. Right here for 8, 7, 6, 5. We've got 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nice. Line up. Raise it up. Nice to center. Rotate those shoulders. 3 times back. Come forward. Woo. Walk those legs in just once more. We're going to do 1 more small squat sequence. Very tiny. If you're an all pro now, I'm going to turn so you can see my form. Again, you're still standing straight ahead. Those feet are directly underneath those hips. Slightly parallel. Perfect. From here, I want you to sit down in that beautiful chair position, just like we were earlier. So sit here and hold again. Get even lower. You got it. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And from here, I want you to come up on those toes and then come down while staying low. Raise for 2, stay down for 2. 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 2 more. Raise on those toes, stay down for 2. Last one. Raise up for 2, stay down for 2. And come up. Great job. Shake it off. I know you're feeling it now. This is it. Before we get down on the mat to further work our abs, and you're doing an amazing job, I want to take a pause and do some walkouts. I love the Pilates walkouts because it always reminds you of how strong you are. So you can modify. If you don't feel like you can do a full push-up for whatever reason, modify your push-up. But give me all you have for 8 counts. We're going to start at the edge of your mat. And I want you to start off, I'll demonstrate, raising up all the way through your toes from the top of your fingertips, engaging those abs like we've been doing at the beginning of class, rolling down through our abs, walking it out into a nice, beautiful plank. Watch that form. Push down. Raise back up. Slowly walk back up, using your abs to pull you up. And that's 1. We've got 8. Let's go. Work it out. 8. Down. Roll. Walk. Push down. Roll it back. 7. Breathe. 5 more. Nice and controlled back. Lifting up through the toes. Walking it out. Walk, 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 walk. Get into form position. Push down. Keeping those abs engaged. Roll back up to the abs. Last 3. All the way up. Roll back down. Walk, 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 walk. Push down. Engage those abs. Roll it up. 2 more. Push it up. Last one. All the way up. And push down. Nice. Woo! You did that. Walk out. Feasted. Let's get down to the mat and focus on those abs. So on your mat, slowly come down. We're going to readjust so that you can sit and fully get your vertebrae engaged. So, place your heels on the mat and keep them fully engaged. Imagine like you're going skiing, and you've got those skis where you lock your boots in and click them back. Keep your feet Lock them down so that your heels are activated. And you can feel the electricity and energy in the back of your thighs and your hamstrings. You want to feel it all the way from the heel, all the way to the glute. Just activate it. Squeeze. Those legs are on. Roll down. Keep your back on the mat. And imagine that you have a marble on the center of your abs. You want to make sure it's always facing the top of the ceiling. So you want to tilt the pelvis so that that marble facing straight up. From here, let's start with some simple glute bridges, my favorite, oldie but goodies. So your legs are together, slightly apart from the hips, putting that weight in those heels so that the legs are activated. You can keep those arms down by your side, or for extra ab engagement, you can raise those arms above your chest. Either way, you're going to get a workout. So from here, I want you to take those arms either way, keep them positioned, push those heels, raise and squeeze the glutes, and then lower. Don't touch the mat. Here we go, raising up. It's up and lower. Push up and lower. Up and lower. Up and lower. Now again, you can have those hands down. Either side. It's lift and lower. Lifting up and lower. Lift 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 and lower. Nice and control. Squeezing those abs. We've got 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Holding at the top here, and then lowering down. Get on your toes for me. Same concept. Move to the toes. Pushing all the way up, holding up, and squeeze at the top and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lifting up and lower. Squeezing those abs and lower. Lift up and lower. Lift and lower. We've got 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Roll it down. Give yourself a hug. Tabletop. Feels so good. Extend those legs. Now, same concept. Widen your positioning. I want those heels on either side of the mat. Pushing through. Wiggle those toes. Same concept. Readjust your form. That navel should be looking up at the ceiling. Lower back, press down into the mat. Again, your hands should be down to the side or straight above if you want additional ab work. But those knees are widened. So you're going to push through the heels, focusing on your inner and outer thigh. Keep those knees wide for the first set. Here we go. Pushing up and holding at the top. Push up and lower. Lift up and lower. Lift, squeeze, lower. Squeeze and lower. Lift, lower. Lift up and lower. Lift up and lower. Lift up and lower. You've got 8, 7, 6, 5. We've got 4, 3, 2, 1. Lower. Now, get up on those toes. Same concept. Squeezing on those toes, lifting and lowering into those glutes. Here we go. Lift up and lower. Lift and lower. Lift up and lower. Lift and lower. 8, 7, 6, 5. Those glutes should be burning. 4, 3. Don't touch that mat. 2. Staying here. 1. Keeping those knees open. In for 2. Out for 2. Keeping the glute lifted. In for 2. Out for 2. Bring them in. Take them out for 2. On the toes. In for 2. Out for 2. 4 more. In for 2. Out for 2. 3 for 2. Out for 2. 2 more. Breathe. Woo. Last one. our favorite positions in Pilates. Tabletop, mat Pilates. We're here. I want you to roll up slightly so that you're going to roll up into a crunch. So your lower abs are engaged. Your head and neck are slightly off the mat. And from here, I want you to touch your right knee and extend that left leg like you're kicking the wall. Straight through. Nice and controlled. Roll up and feel that crunch in that lower oblique. Lightly tap that knee, lift the tabletop. Hold. And then extend. And switch. Light tap. Hold. Extend. Switch. Light tap. Hold. Extend. Switch. Light tap. Breathe. Extend. Switch. Light tap. You got it. Breathe. Extend. Switch. Light tap. Deep change. Here we go. Just hold. Tap. Good. Spin. Tap. Extend. Good. Tap. Extend. Crunch up. Work those abs. 8. 7. 4. 6. 3. 5. This is 4. You've got 3. You've got 2. Nice. Then 1. Back to tabletop. Roll up and crunch. Give yourself a hug. Ooh, so good. Warming up those glutes. Point like those feet. Stretch them out. From here, put that lower back on that mat. Raise those legs straight above you so that your heels can be pointing to the ceiling or your toes can be pointing to the ceiling. Keep the legs as straight as possible while the abs are engaged. Lower back is on the mat. Imagine that marble is still trying to get to the ceiling as well. Everything, even the hips, are facing the ceiling. Your hands are down to your side. Your head and neck are on the mat. That's perfectly fine. Or you can come up slightly for additional mat work. From here, I want you to flex down. It's down. 2, 3, 4. Point. Raise. 2, 3, 4. Fight again. It's down. 2, 3, 4. And raise. 2, 3, 4. Don't let those feet touch the ground. Flex nice and slow on that lower point on the turn. 2, 3, and 4. And flex down. 2, 3, 4. Point and raise. 2, 3, 4. Flex down. 2, 3, 4. Point up. 2, 3, 4. 2 more. Flex down. 2, 3, 4. Point up. 2, 3, 4. Last one. Flex down. 2, 3, 4. Point up. 2, 3, 4. And good. Give yourself a nice pose. Beautiful. Feel so great. From here, I want you to take that left leg and extend it. Actually, start with the back leg. So here, make sure those hands are behind your head first. That one. Roll back down. Back and tabletop to start. We're going to do Pilates, old school bicycle. But they're nice and controlled, nice and slow. So I want you to think abdominal to me, not elbow to me. We're not trying to twist. I want you to twist the torso. Extend that left leg. Hold. Tabletop. Breathe. Bring it back to tabletop and switch. Nice and controlled. Back to tabletop and switch. Good. Hold. Switch. Switch. Breathe. Switch. Breathe. Switch. Breathe. Switch. Breathe. Switch. Breathe. Twist. Switch. And breathe. Hold. Twist. Switch. And breathe. 4 more. Hold. Twist. Switch. And breathe. Hold. Twist. Switch. And breathe. Hold. Twist. And and breathe. Twist and breathe. Twist and breathe. Last twist, hold and breathe. And twist, hold and breathe. And back. Back tabletop. Give yourself a hug. Woo. You should feel that in your obliques. You should start to feel that tingle just a little bit. We're going to get readjusted on our mat. Because from here we're going to do a nice controlled flow. We're going to start off the tabletop right here. It's a Megan Pilates flow. We're going to roll up into a crunch and hold for a beat. Then extend into tight position. So those legs are off the mat and those arms are off the mat as well. We're going to swing those arms around and meet back to tabletops, right? Your head and neck are lowered, and then you're going to roll it back up and hold for a crunch. Here we are. Tabletop. Everyone in position. You can follow me for the first two flows, and then we're going to work on 8 together, nice and controlled. Here we go. Roll up. Crunch. Tight extension. Swing those arms around. Breathe. Roll up. Crunch and hold. Tight extension. Swing those arms around back to tabletop. Roll up, crunch and hold. Tight extension. Swing those arms back around the tabletop. Tight hold. Breathe. Crunch, hold. Tight extension. Swing those arms around the tabletop. Roll up, crunch and hold. Tight extension. Swing those arms around the tabletop. Roll up, crunch and hold. Tight extension. Give me 2 more. Swing those arms around the tabletop. Roll up, crunch and hold. Last one. Tight extension. Swing those arms around the tabletop. Roll up, crunch and hold. Great job. Give yourself a love. Nice. So now we're here. On our back. Readjust once more. I want you to push that lower back into the mat once more. We're going to open up those inner and outer thighs and widen those hips a little bit. Roll those legs right back up. So you're pointing at the ceiling, if you will. And I want you to point those toes. Right? You have your hands down at your side. That's just fine. Left air in the lower back. Remember there's the marble on those abs facing the ceiling. So keep the legs as straight as possible. Pointing to the ceiling. And I want you to widen, nice and slow. 2, 3, and 4. Flex, bring them in. 2, 3, bring them together. 4. Point, extend, open. 2, 3, 4. Flex, spin, bring it in. 2, 3, 4. Nice and slow. Point, open. 3, 4. Flex, extend, bring it in. 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. You got it. Open. 2, 3, 4. Flex in. 2, 3, 4. Point. Open. 2, 3, 4. Flexing in. 2. Do 2 more. 3, 4. Point. Open. 2, 3, 4. Flex in. 2, 3, 4. Last one. Point. 2, 3, 4, flex in. 2, 3, 4. And roll it down. That's great. Check out those legs. Those so good. Now from here, raise those legs up. We're not done yet. We're going to burn out those abs. We're going to bring those legs back down the tabletop. Extend that left leg first, right? And then extend that right leg up. As best as you can, as straight as you want. You can hold it down here at your thigh. You can grip up higher towards your ankle. Roll up a little bit and give yourself a crunch with your butt. I want you to point and stretch that foot as high as you can. Hold. The opposite leg does not touch the mat. It's nice and beautifully extended. So you're going to hold here, light tap and press. Crunch and switch. Hold. 2. Switch. Hold. 2. Switch. Hold. 2. Switch. Hold. 2. And just like that, we're going to go nice and hard. Make sure that you're not swinging your hips. Your hips are nice and controlled, flat back. Those abs are facing the ceiling. All right, get a proper form. Extend that right leg. You can hold here, light tap. Doesn't matter. Let's work. Press back. It's hold. Switch. Hold. Switch. Hold. Switch. Hold. Switch. Good. Hold. Switch. 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 Good. Hold. Switch. Use that 4. Switch. 3. 3. Switch. Use that 2. Switch. Got 1. Switch. And in. Point and flex. Excellent job. Woo! Straighten it out. Take it out. Let's get on the side.
It's a little bit of side work. Really focus on those obliques.
So we're here on our sides, straight arms. You can either come all the way down the side on your arm, bending the knee, right? Making sure that the abs are engaged even though we're on our sides, so we're keeping our hips stacked, right? On top of each other. Or you can come up on your forearm. If you come up on the forearm, make sure you're not pressing all of your weight onto your shoulder. You're going to be in pain, and you're going to feel it more in a crucial way. Come up off of the forearm by lifting the abs, keeping all the weight here. You try to have your arm extended sometimes, or rolling over to give you some more support. The best way, though, is to start on the sideline and bend. And we're here, we're going to extend the legs straight out to the side. We're going to start with a simple vote. So on my left side, everything is stacked in a line. I can feel my abs engaged and lifting. And from here, I'm going to extend both of my legs, lifting them slightly off the mat. Even my left leg is slightly off the mat. And from here, I'm going to lift my right leg all the way up. Woo, and lower. Don't touch that leg. Open and close. Here we go. Lifting up and lower. Good. Lift up and lower. Slow on the turn. Lift up and lower. Lift up and lower. As you don't swing your hips. Lift up. If you can't get very high, that's fine. And lower. We're down to 3 more. Lift up. Abs are stacked. And lower. Lift up. Nice. And lower. Last one. Lift up. And lower. On this lift and hold. Knee here. Hold it. Lifting up with those abs. Now press. Lift up. Back. 7. Lift. 6. 5. We've got 4. 3. 2. 1. And lower. Good. You should feel it in your obliques and your hips, glutes, hamstrings, everywhere. Let's keep going on that same side. Make sure your hips are adjusted and stacked. You're going to lift that right leg again, keeping that left leg slightly off the mat if you can. And imagine that there's a crayon attached to your big toe. I want you, or a pencil, to try to make a circle, a small circle to the right. 8 small circles. Then we're going to make 8 small circles with that same pencil, lifting that leg to the left. Here we go. Lift up. It's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reverse. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And great. Hold it right here. I want you to bring it into the side. Extend that leg. And swing right back around. Bring it in like a bicycle crunch. Extend. Nice. Swing around to the side. Don't touch the leg. Slowly drag it in. Crunch and hold. Lift. Extend that leg. Swing around. 4 more. Bring that leg. Crunch it in. Extend. Hold. Breathe. Swing around. Nice. Bring it in. Lift. Crunch and hold. Extend. Swing around. Beautiful. 2 more. Lift. Bring it in. Crunch and hold. Extend. Swing around. Last one. Bring it in. Crunch and hold. Extend. You're gonna keep your weight on the left side or the right, whichever side you work, and come up on to your side so you can work your left oblique. Or hips are stacked, and you can actually take that right leg, bring it behind you, so that you have a little bit of a twist there. Look like a mermaid. So both hips are facing forward, and when they do that, you're gonna feel a nice tight stretch in those abs. Bring those arms forward, right here, and just get a good stretch. Can you walk in really further on the other side? Good. Lifting up the chest, bring here and hold. From here, you're going to push off those arms, swaying to the other side, twisting the hip, and reaching, turning. Breathe. Coming back over, switching, turning the hip, coming back to the other side. Chest is up. Keeping the hip. Leading with the hip turn. Pushing back up on the other side. You're going to feel it in your obliques. Give me 3 more. Twist with the hip. Twist with those abs. Come back over. 2 more. Push off. Twisting into those hips. Other side. Pushing off. Last one. Good. Stacking those legs now for our plank. You can either come all the way down onto your side with the hips stacked, or you can push up onto the forearm as I mentioned before. And from the forearm push, come up off of the shoulder and extend that arm nice and long. So we're here with that arm extension, nice and long. We're going to open and close. Keeping those hips stacked, those knees right on top of one another, and those heels together. It's open and close, lifting through the abs. Those hips don't move. Good afternoon. Open them up. Yes. Feels so good. You deserve this movement. You deserve to treat your full body to experience and remind yourself just how strong, capable, and powerful you are. Exercise does that. Wellness does that. You center yourself. Always a great time. 3. Keep lifting. 2. And 1. Now take those heels off the mat. It's open and close. Open, close. Open, close. Open, close. Open, close. Open, close. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Great job. Extend those legs. Hammer it out. Switching sides. Let's get to the other side. Same concept as before. We're just going to work the other side. Stretching it out. All the way down on our side. Move that side work that we just completed. Stacking those hips and legs. Getting into proper alignment. You want to make sure that you're lifted and that you're not rolling onto those hips on either side. Everything stays nice and aligned. So from here, we're just going to lift up nice and controlled and lower. Try not to touch that leg. Lift and lower. Everything is lifted. Lift and lower. Lift up, breathe, and lower. Slow lift, control, slow return. Lift, don't roll those hips, lower. 4 more. Lift, lower. Lift, lower. 2 more. Lift, lower, lift, and lower. Now, for this lift, lift up, hold it, and press back. We've got 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and lower, slightly down. Make sure you can try as best you can to keep both of those legs off the mat. If you've got one on the mat, that's fine. But keep that top leg wholly engaged. It's going to further keep your abdominals engaged. Now, it's the pencil draw. We're going to go 8, 8 to the left, and 8 to the right. You got this. Take that left leg up or the opposite leg on the opposite side. Imagine there's a pencil attached to that big toe, lift high, and make long circles. Here we go. Right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From here, bring that knee in, crunch it out to the side, hold and extend. Then swing it right around to the side. Don't swing those hips. Bring that knee in, draw it in as a crunch. Extend that leg out to the side, swing it around. Bring that knee in, inhale, draw it in like a crunch. Extend, swing it around. Inhale, draw that knee in, hold it. Extend, swing it around. We're here, 2 more. Draw that leg in, crunch. Extend, swing it all the way around. 1 more. Draw that knee in, hold. Extend, swing it all the way around. Beautiful. Draw the knees in now. Oh, nice and controlled. We're here. We're going to do our mermaid twist on our obliques. We're working our abs today. We're going to bend that knee. The left knee now is right behind my right knee, just as we had on the opposite side. And readjust your form. Twist your body on the opposite side. Pushing through those arms, and that chest is high. And your arms are supporting your chest movement, but your abs are totally engaged. Open up your rib cage, and your hips are going to interestingly turn from one side to the other, directing your oblique movement. You're really going to feel those touch. So we're here, nice and controlled, for about 6. Lift up, hold that stretch, push. Through those arms, twist to the hip. Use the hip to lead. Twist those obliques. Hold, breathe. Opposite side, push off. Twisting at the hip. Coming back down. Rotating the hip. Pushing off. Nice. Breathe. Lifting up nice and high. Opposite side. Twisting with the hip. Turning all the way around. Good. Pushing off. Three more. Nice and controlled. Hold. Push off. Totally twist those obliques. Don't sit and rock. Yes. Lifting up. 2 more. Twist. Up. Push off. Lift. Stretch high. Up. Feels so good. Other side. Keeping those hips nice and rotated. Last one. Go from the right to left. And lift up and hold. Beautiful. Put it back on the other side. Take those knees together, stack them. Remember, as our other side, we're going to do our clam on this side. You can come all the way down to your clam as we were before, so long as your hips are engaged and stacked, abs are engaged, and you're not rocking. Or you come up on the forearm. Just remember, you're not putting too much pressure on that forearm. Lift up and away from it. From here, extend that arm up, open up the chest, and keep those heels together. We're going to open and close. Open, close. Open, close. Open, close. Everything is lifted and engaged. We're almost at the end of an amazing workout session, and you all did so great. You should be thrilled, so proud of yourselves, and just so in love with how far you've come and all that you've done. I'm proud of you. We've got 3, 2, and 1. Heels off the mat. Let's finish strong. It's open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close. Lifting up off the forearm, abs are engaged. It's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Stretch those legs out. Pump them out. They're so good. Let's cool down a little bit. Great job, everyone. Excellent job. Let's get into our cool down session with a few chicken stretches. We're rolling up. We're going to extend our abdominals. Come over. down. Come forward. Switching side. Remember those hips are down facing towards the mat. Extend the opposite leg. Bring those arms forward. From here, come back on your knees, stretching out the back, sitting into a deep stretch. Walk it forward. Stretch it out. Stepping back. Walking forward. And once more. Walking forward. Slowly roll it up. Right over left over right. Rise on the toes. You work those today. Opening up the arms. Thank you so very much. I hope you feel as strong and as amazing as you are. You did an amazing job today. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference. You can learn more about my fitness sessions at You Deserve Fitness and more about my digital marketing opportunities and strategies at 700 Media. Remember, you deserve. Prioritize your wellness while handling your business.
That, I get to share this with all of you. So what I will teach you, or better yet, how I'd like to say it, I am going to guide you through some steps for you to remember something that belongs to us. So the first thing that I am going to do is I am going to share a little story, of what is it that I'm going to talk about, and then we will go right into the practice. So before we do that, just make sure that you have a mat with you. It can be a yoga mat, or if you have a bed close by. Also, if you have a couch, any type of surface, or even if you just don't mind laying on the floor, that's perfect too. It's a very simple practice. You don't need to wear anything special. I am going to show you just like I am dressed today so that you know that you can practice it at any time. And the purpose of this space is to reconnect with your body. And whenever this summit is over, you will have in your pocket a tool that is going to help you to relax your nervous system. Okay, so maybe that's resonating with some of you as I am seeing. And the story that I will share is, what is this thing about the nervous system and how come we need it to be relaxed? And what does that have to do with our work, being entrepreneurs, and just, being in this business world? So my story is that for 7 years, I was in the financial world, specifically being an operations manager in a consulting firm for IT services. And I decided to change my life and move away from, that work, because it's something that I was good at, but I didn't really loved it. And doing that transition, I figured out, well, I've always been a person that loves to be connected to the body. And I thought of myself as someone that was really connected to the body until I started doing all these practices. And I figured out that actually I needed a lot of that because I needed to reconnect with my own body. So it might feel maybe familiar to some of you, when you're trying to launch a business, when you're trying to be financially sustainable in this world, you have a lot to do. You're always engaging. You have meetings all day. Maybe you have people that work for you. So you have to be a manager. You want to be a good leader. And what I have figured out is that pushes our stress level up here. Okay. So the first question that I want to ask, and I'm just going to give you right now a minute to reflect. And I invite you just to close your eyes for a second. Just sit down with your back straight. Take a very deep breath. And just for 1 second, think about your body and think about the things that make you feel stressed during the day. It can be your startup, it can be your family, it can be the children, the husband, it can be, the relatives, it can be traffic. At least where I live, it's very chaotic. So when that comes up, we start seeing that during the day, it's usual that our stress level goes high. And now, keeping that connection with the body, think about how does this impact your body? For example, me, whenever I'm stressed because I have a discussion with my partner, that's my, let's say, number one stress factor. What happens to my body is my digestion immediately goes crazy. Okay, it's a sign that my body is really stressed. So if you have a notebook, if you want to just write it down, if you want to just keep on thinking about it, if you want to put it on the chat and share as well, that's fine. Now you can open your eyes. Okay, so usually when I make this question, what comes up is that people immediately connect with the body. So now you're not only thinking about that, but things that make you stressed have an impact on your body. And sometimes we don't take the time to stop and, let's say, take care of the body to make sure that stress goes out. And what you will learn today, which is a vibration technique of your own body, we share with all the mammals in the world. We as humans, let's say, we own this resource, and you are going to be able to use it and, let's say, come out of this stress level and make sure that your nervous system is relaxed. Okay, so now back to the story that I promised that I was going to tell. Just picture yourselves, in the wild world. So just imagine a lion or maybe a tiger that is hungry. So the tiger starts to look for, let's say, a zebra, a juicy zebra, and then he spots, a bunch of zebras just eating their grass. So the tiger slowly goes and starts running behind that zebra. The zebra identifies, I might be someone's lunch. So the zebra starts running really fast. And that's the first mechanism that the zebra and all the mammals, including us, we use, and it's a flight mode. She starts running away from danger. The second thing that the zebra is going to do, usually the tiger is faster, so the tiger holds onto the zebra and she starts to fight. She wants to get away from the tiger. She is not able to do that. So in the end, and that's the second defense mechanism that we have, which is the fight mode. And then the third one, when we know there's really nothing that I can do here, usually we enter a freeze mode. And that is, I have nothing to do. So if you see a zebra in this context, she's just going to look as if she died, but she's really just in this freeze state. And this is the same thing that happens to us. So just, I don't know, if you have your own startup, maybe, sometimes you feel like this is a lot. I want to run away from this, it might be too much. Something that can be seen as a fight response is sometimes you have a meeting and then someone calls you and then you're all stressed and then suddenly you just burst out, and it's like a response that is really, really, let's say, overwhelming for you and for the people that are surrounding you. And then, when maybe, I don't know if I'm going to make the budget for this month. I don't know if we're going to get the resources. I don't know if we're going to get the funding. And then the sensation in your body in which you're just like, there's really nothing else that I can do, and then you kind of your mind freezes, you no longer can think, no ideas come up. And this is when our creativity just goes really, really, really down. Okay, so why is it important that our nervous system is relaxed? Because if our nervous system is on stress, we're only thinking about, should I just leave? Should I just fight? Or should I just freeze? This is what's happening on our reptile brain, okay? When our nervous system is relaxed, what happens is, what else is possible? You know, it's kind of like we have access to all this information here in our neocortex. So we have access to the books we have read, to, let's say, the tools that we have learned. We remember to breathe. And when we do that, then we can be more creative. And I think, I'm just, you know, if it's not, you can tell me, but I believe that when one is an entrepreneur or when we have funded our own companies, you know, creativity is a really big factor. So I'm not only going to remind you how to access this tool to make sure that your stress level is the lowest as possible, but also this is going to help you to be way more creative. And if you do this and you teach this to the people that work with you, I can guarantee that you are going to have work environments that are going to be way more creative among everyone that's involved. So I have had meetings, you know, and the enterprises that I have worked with in which people are able to come to a solution to a problem that people were before not able to, let's say, arrange a solution because they were just so stressed that creativity was really low. And the third thing is leadership. So, you know, maybe you're managing a team, maybe you're new to this, maybe this is like your passion, you know, you have funded this with like lots of love, but managing people is definitely something that can be challenging. So if you are grounded, if you make sure that your nervous system is relaxed, then you can better offer this leadership to everyone around you, okay? So this is, let's say, the story that I wanted to share. This is what the tool does. And how does it work? It means that, let's go back to that zebra and that tiger. So for any reason, the tiger goes away. You know, he spots like, oh, maybe, you know, hyena is coming, you know, maybe the tiger spots another danger, and then he decides to leave that lunch staying. And then the zebra and the body realizes, oh, I almost died, but I didn't. So the body slowly starts to recuperate, you know, the natural homeostasis. And that means the body starts to breathe again. You know, the zebra starts to realize, oh, the danger is no longer here. And so what the zebra is doing is high stress, and then she's slowly coming down to a relaxation state. And the way that she does that is she activates the shaking mechanism that you will experience today. Physically, we have a way to activate this shaking mechanism to literally make sure that stress, tension, and even trauma leaves our body. So many people ask me questions when they come to my practice and they say, can I use this to, let's say, cool off from my day? Yes, you may. Can I use this if I have a stressful meeting? Yes, you may use it. Can I use it for an everyday practice? Yes. So I do recommend that if you want to try it in the morning before you start your day, try it at night when you close your day. And I think the most amazing thing is that you only need 10 to 15 minutes of this per day, and that's enough. So just to share a little bit of my own story and how come when I say this changed my life is I was having really, really big panic attacks, and I didn't know that this is what was happening to me. My psychologist suggested that I try this tremor mechanism, and I went from being very, very scared at night, you know, maybe 3 to 4 hours, and just not wanting to be in my own body. And I went to today experiencing this attacks or sensations that a panic attack is coming only maybe once or twice a year. And I could say that, you know, if my, let's say, panic attack level was 10 at the very beginning of my story, now it doesn't even go all the way up to 3, because I start to feel that the symptoms are coming. I lay down on the floor, I do the shaking technique, and then the symptoms just go away. And just what's happening scientifically with your body is that you think that you're going to die, your stress level goes all the way up, and if you shake, it's going to come all the way down. I also try this out whenever I have a meeting, like before I knew I was going to come and share this with you. So I decided, okay, I'm going to shake a little bit so that I can be grounded, and share this from my very best place. And like I said, you just try it with the time, and then you're going to start and see results. Okay, so are you ready for this? Okay, so now make sure that you have your mat, make sure that you have, a bed, a surface. Feel free to leave your camera on, feel free to turn it off, but make sure that you can see me. And what I'm going to do right now is I am going to lay on the mat and I am going to guide you through the exercises. So I do recommend that first you watch me doing it, and then I will give you the time and I will be there to accompany your experience. Perfect. Okay, so while you start, I'm going to do the same. Just lower my camera. So the first thing that I want to show you is whenever you lay down on any surface, just make sure you do it sideways. So first your head goes like this and then you turn around. This is a way that you're going to protect your cervix. And like I said, you don't need anything. This is like my working clothes from today. I even have no shoes on. If you want to take them off, that's fine as well. But just know that even at the office, if you have a space where you can do this, you can do it, okay? So the first thing is for you to really just lay down. You can leave your legs straight or like I have them right now. And remember that you're just watching. Take very deep breaths and just allow the surface to receive you, to hold you. And then just a few seconds to connect with your breathing. And then you're ready to activate the tremor. So the way that you activate it is to stimulate the biggest muscles of the body. And in that case, it can be the psoas muscle and the leg muscles. So to do that, you just set the two soles of your feet together. Your knees come all the way down. And then you will imagine that you have two magnets on each knee. And then very slowly, the knees are going to come to a closing position, but it's going to be super slow, okay? So you're just going to slowly make sure that your legs are coming together. And then at a certain point during this journey, you will feel a vibration, a ticklish sensation. You might also feel like a rush of energy coming down your body. And as you can see right now, my legs just started moving, okay? This is the tremor mechanism. We all have it. We share it with that zebra. You and I share it. You share it definitely with everyone in your company, in your family. So this is a resource that belongs to humanity, okay? So depending on how close your knees are, every single body is different, and then the tremor will start in a different way. The greatest thing about this is that you don't have to do it any certain way. You don't have to get anywhere. This is just a space to allow your body to release. And the only thing that the mind has to do is just be present on the body. Just acknowledging, okay, my legs are moving. I feel it a little bit in my lower back. I feel it a little bit on my stomach. And then once it's active, you just go to a more comfortable position. You set your feet hip distance apart, and then you just wait. Okay? I've been doing this. I learned this technique back in 2016. So it's been a good couple of years. And then just wait for your body. If you want, you can just close your eyes and I will guide you and ask some questions. And just here acknowledging, okay, now my legs are moving side to side. I feel the shaking a little bit on my thigh. Just really connecting with the body. To stop or to pause for any reason, if you want to pause, if you want to grab a blanket, if it's cold wherever you are, if you need to maybe take your shoes off, the way that you stop in general is that you set your legs straight and then you stretch as if you had just woken up. Oh, you stretch your body. Maybe you grab your knees, you hug them, you move side to side. And let's say my experience is done for today. I will just go to a fetal position for 1 minute. Just feel that relaxing sensation. And then slowly, just like you lay down, you push the floor and you come back to a seated position. Okay? So now, like I said, it's your turn. I will guide you through this. So now you can all lay down. If you're leaving your camera on, make sure that I can see you. If you're laying down, if you want to turn it off, that's okay. Just make sure that you can listen to me well. Perfect. And now you're laying down. Just close your eyes. Take a very deep breath. And just exhale loudly. Sometimes, especially as women, we don't allow ourselves to make this much noise. So this is the perfect time. So just take a very deep breath. Relax your shoulders. Make sure that you feel how that surface is supporting you. Sometimes we do a lot. And it's a great 10 minutes to just allow a surface to hold us instead of the other way around. Now make sure that you feel your entire body, feel your feet, your legs, your knees, the upper part of your legs, your hips. Take a deep breath and feel your stomach, your lower back, your upper back. Make sure that your arms are just loose on the ground, however you want to set them on the floor or on the bed or on the couch. And now set your attention on your head and make sure that you're not holding your head. You know, sometimes this happens to me. It's like I have to remind myself to let go of my head. It's kind of like this thing. I don't know if you can relate, but maybe this wanting to control everything, it's a little bit hard to let go of my head and my thoughts. So I have to remind myself, okay, just relax. Okay, check if that's true for you. Okay, so now it's been just 1.5 minutes of relaxation. I call this part just coming into the body. And now you're ready to start the vibration. So put the soles of your feet together and make sure that your knees come all the way apart, like the butterfly position. If you know some type of, yoga or Pilates, this is the name that it's given to this position. And now imagine and remember those magnets on your knees and very slowly, super, super slow, just start to bring both of your knees up just a little bit. So I'll start to feel the space between your knees and just close them very slowly. You might be surprised, you might start laughing, oh, how come this is happening to me? And I think this is the part, like beyond everything I have said, when you experience in your body the shaking, the vibration, the tremoring, this is when your brain says, oh, it's true, this belongs to you. So it's like we're reclaiming something that's ours. So your legs, maybe they're already halfway up, and just feel how the tremor changes. Maybe when you were all the way open, it was very small. Now it can be a little bit more intense. And something that's important to keep in mind is that you don't have to shake or tremor in any way. Every single part of your body can start shaking. So if you're feeling anything in your hands, in your arms, in your back, that's normal too. Maybe your neck is moving sideways as well. Just make sure that you're breathing. Take a deep breath. Perfect. And now maybe your knees are really close together, but not yet touching. And now just explore in which opening did you like it most? And listen to what I'm asking. Where did you like it most? Okay, it doesn't really have to be where it shook more, but it's this place where you liked it more. And sometimes, as you know, again, when someone asks us, what is it that you like? At least for me, it's not always such an easy answer. Okay, so just connect with, where do I like it most? And just hold that for another couple of seconds. And now what your mind is doing is just checking which parts of your body are moving. And if you're muted, you can say it out loud. You know, oh, my legs are shaking, the upper part of my legs, on the outside, the inner thigh. Maybe I feel, you know, my glutes are shaking. Maybe it's my feet. Maybe it's my neck. You know, it's like an inventory of what's my body doing. And if it's clear for you that your body is shaking in any way, tremoring in any way, set your feet hip distance apart. Take a deep breath and just wait for that tremor to rearrange itself. Whenever we change the position of our legs, the tremor rearranges. Let's say it found another route into our bodies. Just take a deep breath and wait for it. If it's really subtle, if you feel like it's inside your bones, if you feel like it's on your skin, that's perfect. Think about that zebra in my story. That body knows exactly what it needs to come out from the stress response, to relax the nervous system, to enter a more creative space, to lead better. And something that really belongs to this feminine energy that maybe we're hearing more often nowadays is just trust the process. Just allow your body to liberate stress, to let go from everything that it does no longer need. And make sure that your mind is here. Okay, make sure that you're just allowing the body to move freely. You don't need to control it. It doesn't need to look like it did on my body. No, your body is unique. And the wisdom of the body is so big that it's going to allow you to just release what's ready to be let out, to move in the ways that you need to move. And also enjoy this moment of being silent. To me, this is another language, the language of the body, in which usually the mind just calms down a little bit. If that's happening to you, enjoy it too. And just one more minute for you to be there with your own tremor. And remember, it's your own body. It's your own exploration. Just feel and take up inventory of the parts in your body that are moving. Wonderful. So now it's time to end the session for today. And remember that you do it by putting your legs straight on the ground or on the surface that you're in. And just make sure that you put your arms back, stretch yourself as if you had just woken up. Maybe if you want to yawn, if you want to move your head a little bit, you want to hug your knees to your chest. It's your own body. Now roll into the fetal position to the side that you like the most. And take 3 very deep breaths. Inhale with me. One more time. And if you want to make a sound, feel free to do it. One more time. Remember to stay sideways and now push the floor. Come back to a seated position. If your camera is off, you want to turn it back on, you can do it. And now that you're sitting there, you can keep your eyes closed and just feel what happened to your body. And the only question that I invite you to answer every time that you practice this is, do I feel more relaxed than when I started? And your body is the one that tells you the answer. Your mind might have questions, but your body knows. So scan your body one more time. How do you know that you're more relaxed? Is it something that changed in your muscles? Is it a pain that you had that went away? Is it recognizing that you're tired? That happens to me a lot. Is it recognizing a pain that you were not paying attention to? That happens as well. Wonderful. So before I finish, I just want to remind you, this is a state that you and we can all cultivate by just taking and setting aside 10 minutes to do the shaking practice. And now the other question is, do you feel that from this place, maybe you can make decisions that are more in tune with the general well-being of you yourself, of your team, of your family? Maybe you can access more creative spaces. Maybe you feel like you can lead better. Okay. Wonderful. So again, always trust that we are mind and body. I recently read, a friend of mine wrote a book, and she wrote, the body is the beautiful temple where the soul lives. I love that very much. So just remember that there's a lot of wisdom there too. 10-minute practice. This is the way that you can do it. Trust your body. Just allow the body to relax and to release anything that you need. And thank you so much for being here with me. It was a lovely space. Yeah, and I know you'll have my contact information if you want to reach out, if you have any questions, and lots of love.
Yeah, I see the hearts. Light it up, light it up, light it up. This was so important. Hi, Andrea. How are you?
Hi.
I hear you now. All the way from Colombia. Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome.
The sun is out, so I decided to, just enjoy that and link it with the relaxed nervous system.
Ashe. Ashe. Well, listen, I'm not going to take up folks' time because I'm sure there are so many questions for you. Ladies, remember to hit the hand button if you want to come onto the stage. Cheryl, I see you. And drop your questions in the Q&A, and we'll pivot it to Andrea. But I just want to tell you, Andrea, as a Black woman and so many Black women who experience this just now, it is not very often that we are in our bodies because we have to disassociate to keep going, to keep protecting, to keep producing, to keep preserving what glimpse we have of some light at the end of the tunnel, right? And so for you actually demonstrating to us first, that was deep to me, demonstrating to us first
that the body has power already. It's not the degrees, that it's not the revenue, that it's not the associations we have with people, but our bodies already know. I appreciate you grounding us in that first and showing it to us. My mind was blown when my leg started shaking the way that it did, and for my body to restore it. So I mean, I've never experienced that before in life. And so thank you for ushering us into such a sacred place inside of our bodies. Appreciate you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I am so excited. I was looking at the comments, and just like you said, it's so beautiful to really tune into our power and the power of our own bodies, and knowing that it's a natural resource. So we can always tune into that whenever we need to, and trusting that the body has its own language, its own wisdom. And also, I don't know how many of you feel, but when I practice the technique and I shake, what I experience is that my mind can also rest. You know, it does a lot. So I don't know if you're experiencing that. So yeah, just also like feel the afterward effect. And what you're experiencing right now is a relaxed nervous system. So from this state, I invite everyone to just think about those things that you want to create, those ideas that you maybe want to expand from this place. Does that look a little bit more possible, or do the possibilities look more wide? And that's the expansive state.
That's good. Yeah, because I feel I'm talking slower because I can't talk fast right now. Like, but it wasn't wine; it was a natural resource in my body. I am in awe of the wisdom of my body. I'm gonna bring up Cheryl right now. Cheryl, you have the mic, Mamacita.
Okay. Andrea, thank you so much. This was really wonderful. Casey kind of touched on what I was going to say, which is as women in general and Black women specifically, we don't get permission. And I'm just going to stop there. We don't get permission. And you gave us permission. I put it in the chat. It doesn't need to look any kind of way. And I know for me, it's like immediately my body was just like, oh, okay. And now I can, I can drop my shoulders, I can relax my head and neck. And Nicole, I'm looking at it now in the chat. Nicole got something else you said, which was your mind may have questions, but your body knows. That was just huge for me because we had been talking about it earlier. The body keeps the score. So just to be able to take that time, and you gave us permission to take that time and just, yes, this is for me. This doesn't have to look, it doesn't have to look the way Andrea's doing, and it doesn't have to look the way Casey's doing. This is Cheryl's. So I appreciate that, and thank you so much.
Oh, Cheryl, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I can only add that, yes, giving ourselves permission as women, it's a big thing. And I believe that when we connect our body and our mind, and we from our mind give permission to our body to just express itself in the wisdom that it knows, the results are what you just experienced.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much. Beautiful. I can't even talk fast. I'm telling you, I talk very fast, Andrea, but like I can't right now. I talk very fast. I just can't.
Yeah.
I'm going to show a question from China. She asks, what can be used during the moment? For example, a panic attack or anxious thoughts, and you cannot lay down or find a quiet space at work, at the store, etc.
Amazing. That's beautiful. So I'm just going to use what I have right now, and I am sitting right here, and I'm just showing my legs. So you can be sitting down at a desk and just breathe deeply, connect with your body, and just, again, give your body the permission to shake, and the activation of the legs will start. This will happen, of course, if you keep on practicing the technique, but you don't have to do it for a year for this to happen. You can do it for the rest of the week. You can do it during the summit. And then I believe like within a week, within 2 weeks, you're going to be able to notice that on command, your body responds. It's kind of like oh, my body understands that now it's space and time for it to move involuntarily, to release stress and tension. And my own personal experience, when I used to work in corporate finance, after very stressful meetings, I used to sit at my desk and just shake, like allow my body, because that was really stressful meeting. So that's what I recommend. And just really feel into your body. As long as you're dropping into the body, especially in an anxiety attack, panic attack, or when the thoughts are just all around the way, just focus on the body. What are my legs doing? How are they shaking? And also you can do it standing. So just lean against the wall. If sometimes I used to get anxious when I was at a social meeting with friends, so I used to go into a restroom, and then just lay a little bit against the wall and allow the legs to shake. It's like a self-regulation technique. And we call that within our community like micro shakings. It doesn't have to be the whole 15-20 minute practice, but it can be a 5-3 minute practice, and it'll get the job done.
So deep. I am in awe. Love that. Thank you so much. And then I'm going to show a question now from Christina. She says, thank you. I suffer from anxiety and take medication daily. Seeing you makes me want to attempt to try healing differently. Ashe.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah. And just what it's coming up for you, that thought of maybe trying something new, I would just encourage you to follow that. That is your nervous system in a relaxation state, giving you a new option.
The wisdom of the body, like you said, like it already knows, even if our mind doesn't.
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I am going to show a question from Winnie. She says, this was so helpful. Now I have a way to address and maybe even prevent my anxiety attacks that I've just been living through. I just want to thank you for this, Andrea.
Oh, thank you so much. And I want to add that, like I said, I used to suffer from anxiety attacks, and this was the perfect technique that allowed me not to have to go through the entire attack. Meaning, when I used to feel the first symptoms, I just lay down or I sit down and I activate the tremor. So yes, it is a way to step away from this is owning me, and now I just have to wait for this to pass through my body, and to, let's say, take our power back again and just, okay, something is happening. I just need to let it through.
So good. I'm in a trance, Andrea. I'm just, okay.
Yeah. I want to say something about that, Casey, if you allow me. Whenever we step away from this alert mode, from this flight, fight, or fight mode, and we come to relaxation, the mind automatically steps away from, I have to solve everything. So when the mind is relaxed, sometimes we identify that as what you just mentioned, and is this trance state, and is, I'm just relaxed, and at least to me, this is what I fell in love with, that feeling, that sensation that I am able to create for myself. So if you like what you're feeling, and not just you, but everybody, you can go back to that whenever you guys want. And this is, yeah.
It's good because I feel, if I have to describe it, obviously I'm talking very slow, but like I feel so much safety inside of my body. Like I feel like it's all okay. Like that's the best I can, like no matter what isn't or what is or what's going, like I just have a deep knowing that it's all okay. Like when we were laying on the ground and you said like feel the ground supporting you. Like it is holding you up instead of you holding everything else up and everyone else up. Like I felt that immensely because I can't explain it, but like my body felt it. Like no matter how heavy I am, no matter how much weight, I've gained or whatever, like the earth supports me. Like it's all okay inside of my body. It's not even that deep. That's why I realized like a lot of stuff is not that deep. Like I have what I need. Like the earth supports me. My body, like you showed us today, it does what it needs to do to self-regulate. Like I already have everything I need. This other stuff is just stuff that's, I don't know. I could do it with or without it. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And just think that whenever you cannot explain something with your, like with the regularity of the language that we use, is because this belongs to another language, the language of the body. So kind of like trying to translate that into words sometimes is not effective. And what I tell everybody that I work with is that's a great sign. The fact that we cannot put it into specific words, it's a great sign. First, the mind relax, and then second, this is happening in your body. And the language of the body is the sensation and the feeling. So as long as everybody is feeling like yummy inside, that's wonderful.
Beautiful. I'm going to show a question from Crystal, and she says or asks, on behalf of the one still thinking, did I do it? Did I do that right? If you didn't experience tremors, does that matter? Is it just about connecting with yourself more or just noticing?
Okay, so I love that question. Thank you so much. And just a reminder, there's not a right or wrong way to do it. Okay, so that's like the first, I like to call it the revolutionary thing about this natural resource. And it's like, it's a resource, and then you allow the resource to express itself. And we all do that correctly, as long as we sit down with the intention. What the body does, how fast, how slow, what the frequency of the vibration is, that is what the body needs on that specific day and time. So if you guys do this tomorrow, you're going to feel it absolutely different because your body's going to be different. So it's not about sitting down to have experience A, B, or C. It's about sitting down just to open up the space for the tremor to appear. And sometimes we don't really recognize that the body's moving. That could be one option that happened today. Maybe the body did move, but you just don't really feel it. And that happens to some of us sometimes, connecting with the body might be new. And the other thing that can also happen is that it's just so soft, it's so internal, it can be like a ticklish sensation. And sometimes the mind doubts that that's the mechanism. So that's the answer that I would give. Keep on exploring, and just trust that the body is going to tune into the perfect vibration level for you every single day.
Beautiful. Love that. I don't see any more questions in the chat or hands raised. And so I want to take this moment, Andrea, to give honor to you and quite honestly to Kiva. Blaze has had a pretty long-standing relationship with Kiva. And when we reached out and said, hey, we are looking for phenomenal speakers that can help Black women get through the recession unscathed, one of our great executives over at Kiva said, my sister is amazing. Like that's how deep business is. It should feel like home, right? It should feel like home. Like Kiva knows how protective we are about our community and how deeply we love our community. And shout out to Natalia. She said, my sister. Like I know she got y'all, right? And so for you to do what you're doing from Colombia and to be connected with us through a strategic partner, right, that loves us so much as well. I honor you so much, and I thank you for answering this call, because I never could have imagined what this gift would be, and we needed it so much. So thank you so much, Andrea.
Yeah, it's been really an honor, and I do encourage anybody that has questions, that has little doubts, if you want to reach out, please feel free to reach out. Because I am very passionate about us as humans using this natural resource. So anything that is in my power, sometimes it's just a simple question that I can answer to encourage you to keep on moving in your own journey. Please reach out. I'll be super happy to help you on that. And yeah, I hope you really keep on tremoring.
I love that. I hope we keep on tremoring. So good. Andrea, please drop your socials one more time. And y'all, all the speakers that have left freebies, including Andrea, you have access to it through the reception. The button is there as well as on the app. You have access to it. So yeah, just take it up. But yes, Andrea, where can they find you?
So I am writing my website. It's andreacamargo.co, and then my Instagram, andreacamargo.co as well. You're going to see lots of things in Spanish, but if you want to reach out, just send a message over Instagram. My WhatsApp is also on my page. Yeah. So
beautiful. Perfect. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We honor you, and we will never forget this experience for sure. Take care.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Casey. This has been amazing.
Thank you. Take care. All right, y'all. So we have one last session today for the summit. Okay. We have 2 days left. We are more than halfway through this experience that is the Blaze Virtual Summit. It's almost over. Okay. And I hope that you've not only gotten what you've needed, but that you have extra tools in your toolbox. Getting through a recession is not easy. I'm gonna be very clear about that. It is not easy. It is tough as hell. So many businesses will not make it to the other side. And so we didn't want you coming through this week being the same that you were when you came in, but we wanted to equip the Black woman. Like, yes, we want the business to be good, right? But we wanted to equip you with the range of tools that you can pull out and wade the storm through, right? So don't know how long this will last, no idea how low the trough will be, but I do believe that we are all better equipped and it's not over, okay? I'm in super zen right now. Really quickly before we pivot to the last session, and again, for those who are just coming in the room, the last session is a fireside chat. It is a fireside chat, and it is called Knowing What to Quit. This is very important for us to dissect because in business, especially for the CEO, there has to be this knowledge that we have around knowing what to quit. It is not a decision of, is it time to quit this business or not? Is it time to fold or not? Is it time to change the business entirely or not? We actually just need to know, like, what's the fat, right? Like, what fat do we trim? Like, what are the things that we were excited about that does not have the same conversions as the one thing, right? Like, who are the people in our company that actually made a whole lot of sense at one time? But as you've scaled into new areas, new focus areas, like if we think about, there's so many businesses that have like literally disrupted themselves, okay? And they are not the same as they were when they started, right? It is thinking about like, who are the people that have the skill sets that I now need, right? And how do I pivot into that, right? Nothing personal, but like the CEO has to be in that seat to make those decisions, right? And so we're going to unpack that so that you don't throw, like Yvonne said earlier, the baby out with the bathwater. We're going to keep the baby. We're going to throw out the bathwater, okay? I love that because that was a common finance term we used back when I was in corporate investment banking. All right, so real quick though, before we head over in 60 seconds, I want to give some shout outs to people on the leaderboard. I will say this again because I said it this morning. Only on day 5, there is this thing that will happen that will give anybody that does it 100 points. And so if you type, you will get a whole 100 points if you do this thing. That thing is a type form. You actually see this in the leaderboard. If you go to earn points, it's an earn point section to the right of the rankings, okay? And when you see where you see type form, that's actually a form that's going to be published only during the registration hour on Friday. Only during the registration hour on Friday, okay? But let me give a shout out to people who are holding down the top 15 spots. China has slipped in at number 1, y'all. Holding it down. Alexis, first time ever in this announcement, has slipped to number 2. Alexis Miller, I see you, sis. Dana is in number 3. She's always been in the top 3, though, so she's still holding it down. Alexis was only 20 points behind her like a couple of hours ago. So, yeah. We have in number 4, Christina King. Number 5, we have Winnie Quick. Number 6, we have Amber Hurt. I see you. Number 7, we have Coach Wim. Okay. Number 8, we have Crystal Parlin. Number 9, we have Ahira Smith. Number 10, we have Tatiana Allen. You are a beautiful soul, sis. Number 11, we have our girl Karen Moore. A lot of people were talking about the screening that Karen Moore did on Monday in her booth. So y'all pay attention to these booths. Like y'all, like it does not stop after the sessions if you want to continue to like deeply connect with each other in very organic ways. So shout out to her, The Color of Beautiful. Nicole Player is in number 12. 13 is Yvonne. Number 14 is Crystal. Hi, Crystal. Okay, Crystal, I haven't seen you on the stage, sis. You got to come up and get you some extra points. And then last but definitely not least, in spot number 15, everybody in the top 15 will get a gift on Friday if you stay and hold it down. We have Coach Michelle Manning, another person that I have not seen on the stage yet. I would love to see you on the stage. All right, so congratulations, ladies. You are holding it down. And after this last session, we're done after this next session. We're done after knowing what to quit. Okay. But I will say for the folks who are who land in spots number 4 and 5, who will receive a signed author copy of the book, Dear Sis, I Love You. We actually have the CEO and author, lead author on that book, saying hi before we go to the booths. Okay, really quickly, she'll read a passage, and I'm actually going to read a small passage of my part in that book too, but not long. Okay, it's going to be a couple of minutes, and we're going to send y'all to the booths. But FYI, I think that's all I got to say. So I will see y'all in the next session. Friday is the biggest point earner. Okay, and on Friday we actually are doing the 2023 Blaze Business Awards, so keep it locked for that as well. They actually have over 500 People's Choice Awards right now. Like over 500 people have voted for these businesses, which is phenomenal. And the deadline is not even over. So that's going to be super dope, super dope. But see you on the other side. Love y'all. Peace. Okay. We're going to be talking about knowing what to quit, which is a very important topic for business owners, because it's not about waiting until it's time to shut all the way down, right? Or celebrating the wins. Like along the way, we have to know what to trim, what to drop, what to remove, what to reduce, okay? So this will be a very intimate, honest discussion. We're gonna take our time with this one because we know it's not easy, okay? But before we dive in, Flo, I would love if you could take your time and tell people about, your company today, what you do, all the things that you yourself are juggling as an entrepreneur, and anything else you'd like to share.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, for this very critical and important conversation. So I am Flo Nicholas, and I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of DI Directive. We are a technology company. I know that's hard for some people to kind of comprehend, but we are a tech company that's doing diversity, equity, and inclusion. We actually have a software which provides data analytics to organizations where they can be able to capture their employee demographics besides just, showcasing race and gender. I mean, you can get down to the nitty gritty, like, the educational level of your employees, all the way down to more detailed demographics. And why is this crucial? Data analytics is huge right now. It's like $1 billion industry. And one of the things that we're just seeing is organizations are really falling behind when it comes to implementing successful DEI strategic plans. And one of the things that we're seeing is a lack of capturing data. And essentially what I mean by that is you don't know your areas of improvement if you're not tracking them. You don't know where you are successful if you are not tracking that. And we offer an end-to-end comprehensive DI data analytics platform, which also includes the capability for benchmarking, tracking your hiring goals, tracking who's leaving the organization. Is it mostly women? Is it mostly women of color? As well as being able to send surveys to employees. Because remember, implementing DEI is not just a thing of, hey, here's our strategic plan, see you later. You actually have to talk to your employees. You've got to survey your employees to get an understanding if what you have implemented is actually working, if it's actually beneficial to your employees. So we're really happy at DI Directive to offer this solution to organizations, because we truly believe in kind of getting away from just checking off the box, right? That's not good enough anymore. We want transparency. We want you to measure those metrics, and we want you to do it right, because part of this is really critical for the well-being of your employees, because there is a correlation between mental health and people showing up to work and feeling like they belong. They can be authentic. They are free to be who they want to be. So that's what I'm currently working on, and just trying to push out there to get our name out there. We're a women-owned business. We are 2 attorneys with a technology background, and we are women of color, just really trying to, just be rebels, where DEI right now seems to be a hot topic. We're really trying our best to get organizations to be a little bit more serious about implementing DEI.
That's so good, Flo, especially around this conversation on knowing what to quit, right? Because if you're not measuring it, you don't believe it matters, obviously, right? And so in DEI, right, like it is, I love that. Like it is important that we don't just do the status quo and it doesn't work. We have to quit doing the shit, excuse my French, that does not edify the people that we say we're trying to help, and double down on the things that are good, right? That really do move the needle. And so I love that you are bringing data transparency and accountability, right, to these business initiatives that are supposed to be, moving the needle for us. And so to double down on kind of this idea around knowing what's working, knowing what's not working, right? As we bring into the vein of Black women, right? And us trying to give ourselves that same level of grace, right? We've talked about this before, Flo. Black women have so much pressure. We have so much pressure from so many different angles, from our jobs, from our families, from our partners, from our children. I could go on, right? And it's not easy for us to even know what to quit, right? Especially when we're thinking that we are like doing someone harm when we decide to quit things. So what would you say to women who find it hard to like siphon through the noise, right? Like how do they even see for themselves what they want and don't want?
Yeah, that's a great question. And as you're talking, it reminded me, it was one time I was sick. I had pneumonia. And I could barely walk, but, I had to, my husband wasn't, going to school full time, he had already left the house. I had to literally drive my daughter to daycare. Like I was practically like crawling, and I remember my mom saying, you've got to get better. Your children need you. And I'm like, I need me. I'm like near death. And so it's sometimes you can say, you have those pressures where you've got to perform, but it's not just perform at 40% or perform at 50% or even perform at 100%. Sometimes we're being tasked with having to perform at 200, 300, 400%. And speaking about data, as I did when I opened up, what I do is the data shows that, Black women of color are having to work more than double our counterparts, right? So you already have that pressure and knowing what to quit, when to quit. And I don't even know if we should use the word quit, because sometimes we correlate quitting with like, oh, you're just giving up, oh, you're not doing enough to work hard. But, knowing just how to prioritize, right? As a business owner, one of the biggest things, that I always say is that when you're starting your business, in order for people to know who you are, you've really got to hustle, right? Whether it's like you're leveraging social media, whether it's like you're doing like in-person meetings with prospective customers, whether you're doing Zoom calls, right? when I look at my schedule sometimes, right, I'm like, what in the world am I doing? Right? Why is my schedule like this where I don't even have like it back to back? I'm not even giving myself a bathroom break. Right? Do I really have to schedule these calls, like 15 calls back to back? You know, how can I prioritize and manage? And one of the things that I just noticed the past 2 weeks was, again, this pressure to really scale the business, right? Because, you know, you're as an entrepreneur, you already know if you don't get customers, you know, if you don't have people purchasing your products, hiring you for your services, you don't make money, right? So we have that added pressure off. I've got to do this because I've got to pay bills. I've got to feed my kids. I've got to take care of this person. And it's also statistics show half the time that the pressure is also because we tend to be the breadwinner, right? And not only are we supporting ourselves, sometimes we're also supporting other people. And some of them might be outside of our household, you know, elderly parents, for example. And I'm just scheduling all these meetings. I'm like driving up, talking to prospective, you know, somebody's like, hey, let's have a meeting. I'm like, oh, sure. Now I'm like, okay, do I have to drive half an hour to go talk to this person in person? Or can this be a Zoom call, right? Is this really a prospective client? Or is this someone who just wants to kind of chit chat and just get to know me better versus really, you know, require my services, right? So starting to prioritize on the need to have in-person meetings versus I can schedule this on Zoom and not waste, you know, my gas, not waste, you know, about travel time. That's one of the things I'm starting to learn. And that's one of the things I'm starting to cut back on is not every meeting is required, right? Not every meeting is really going to propel or push you to where you need to be in terms of your business. Not every networking event, you don't have to attend them all, right? I have to assess who are the people who are going to be this event? And are there people who are likely to be customers? Are they people who I would, you know, talk to about my platform, who would use the platform, who would even understand, or are they not, right? So it's stuff like that you kind of have to start asking those questions in terms of, especially if you're focusing on your business of, well, you know, where do I go to get customers, right? And being strategic about it and not stressing yourself out where you've got like 15, 20 events scheduled and only one of those events really aligns you with your prospective clients, right?
That's
it's
so
a strategy, right?
Yeah. That's so good. It should be results over activity, right? Like white supremacy culture has us so bound to activity and associating our self-worth with it. And if we are relaxing for 3 days straight, we literally feel like we are lazy and worthless, et cetera, right? And we have to get a lot of these things out of our heads. As you were talking, and I'm so happy that we can have an intimate, slow discussion on this because there are literally adjectives that we're nervous about using as Black women, right? Like we already have so many assumptions about us that we don't even give ourselves the same grace as our counterparts, right? Even this, like you already mentioned it, like being nervous about using this word quit as we decide to eliminate in our lives. But we know that Bill Gates dropped out of college. We know that Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college. We know that, like, we literally know that the greats that we esteem, right, made decisions in their lives to go against social grains and literally quit things, right? And so I want to double click on this a little bit too, to like kind of delve into, right, like these high inhuman bars, right, that we set for ourselves because we're so nervous, right, about we're afraid to be simple, right? When I think about McDonald's and how they've driven the Big Mac, they don't care that they could do 50 things or 100 things. Like they drove the big, like simple is good enough. Johnson & Johnson baby products, they can make vaccines, but this, you know, like we are very nervous about trimming the fat on things and being very niche. Where do you think that piece is it that we've never seen it before? Do we feel like inadequate if the resume isn't like 3 times longer than our counterparts? Like, why are we afraid to use adjectives or to do things that we see our counterparts do like every day?
Right. I think you mentioned earlier, we're kind of held to a different standard, right? And the standard that we're held to is a high standard, right? And one of the things the data shows is, and I remember mentioning this to somebody the other day, that, you know, in 2022, there were about 1,821 businesses that were created a day. And 64% of those businesses, according to JP Morgan, were created by women of color. And then the question became, why are we seeing this high amount of businesses being created by women of color? And part of it is because of lack of opportunities, right? Where there are opportunities in the corporate world. So women of color end up creating these businesses to survive, right? Because you have the resume. Even statistics came out recently that, you know, Black women are, we are some of the most educated people.
The most educated demographic in the country, the most degrees, the most like post undergrad degrees in the whole country.
And I attest to that. You know, I hold that Juris Doctorate, you know, so I get it. But yet, even with that, we are still underpaid, right? We struggle to get senior level positions. When we do get a position in an organization, we struggle to get promoted. So it's like when you see not just the glass ceiling as a barrier, but you got mountains, you got oceans. I mean, there is like brick foundations. I mean, there is just so many barriers. You get nervous. You start questioning your capabilities. And not to mention the fact that when you look at the statistics, yes, it's great that we've seen a lot of women of color who've opened up businesses, but then there's the other statistics to that is the success rate of those businesses. And although we had high amount of women of color creating businesses, we also have a high amount of businesses that fail that are created by women of color. So how do you, with all that kind of negative narrative, how do you feel like you can be a Oprah? You know, how do you feel like you mentioned you can be a Johnson & Johnson and Amazon and Microsoft and Google? I mean, Amazon was built in a garage, right? And we have many people who are building their businesses in their kitchens, in their basements, in their bedrooms, in that little corner of their house that they can have a space to do it. But what we sometimes lack is the support, right? Investors willing to invest and take a risk, right? Because investors know that investing in a company, it's also about taking that risk, right? There's a risk that my business might not become a Google and Amazon, but the willingness to invest and believe and have the trust and the faith that, hey, Flo is, oh my gosh, look at Flo. She's got the Juris Doctorate. She's done very well. And, you know, when she was in her corporate, she has these accolades and she has boom, 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 resume, just boom, 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 with positive things that I have accomplished. But even that is still not enough, right? So how do you get that confidence? How do you not only get that confidence, but how do you retain that confidence as you are building your business? And it is hard. I can tell you, and most people who are listening, you know, being a woman-owned business by itself is very challenging. It's very difficult, right? And being a woman-owned business in terms of being a woman of color, now you got double the challenges and double the barriers. It's hard to convince yourself at times that you are worthy, you can do it, when you have others saying, no, you're not worthy. Oh, absolutely not. This business is not going anywhere. Well, okay, you know what? There are other businesses like that. You know, what makes you so special? Well, I mean, there's McDonald's, there's Wendy's, there's Arby's, you know, there's Burger King, you know, there's all these fast food places, but they're still doing it. They're still creating billion dollar businesses, right? So I can do it as well. And the other thing about knowing when to quit and using those words is it's a struggle for us to use those words, because we've almost kind of been taught that we're lazy, right? We're this and we're that, based on what some people might see in social media, right? Or on the news. Oh, they're criminals. Most of them, you know, a good percentage spend time in prison, right? It's very rare to see the positive, you know, where we're seeing positive role models like, you know, Angela Bassett and Oprah and Viola Davis and other really women who have just Viola Davis' story is one great example, you know, her upbringing and how she was poor. I mean, she wet her bed till she was like a teenager. And she was living in like rat infested apartment in New York when she's doing like Broadway. But she didn't give up. Even when she wanted to give up, even when she was told you're ugly, you're too dark, you're not light skinned, you know, even when she got, you know, her show, How to Get Away with Murder, she was still being told like, oh, why did she get that role? She's not like Halle Berry. You know, there is so much stacked up against us that yes, those words, when you hear quit, when you hear failure, there's something extra that just hurts when you hear those words, especially when, like you mentioned, you know, we have all these accolades. We are highly intelligent, highly educated, but then still, with all that, there are all these barriers that are always stacked against us. So how do you take those words in, quitting and failing? It's a lot.
Yep, I agree. And all of that you describe is real. I think all of us experience these at different extremes, even, right? In different chapters and seasons of our lives. And I think it's all the proof, because Black women are the most educated, the most educated demographic in the entire country, yet we still are underfunded, we are underpaid. We literally start 42% of all women-owned businesses every single day. Not women of color, Black women. Black women start 42% of all net new businesses created by women every single day, yet we're underserved, right? Like, I think that is telling of the fact that the goalposts have to change. If Black women have paid $200,000 for the price of admission, gotten an Ivy League education, and still can't get in the room, right? You still not special in their eyes, then dang, you should have done like Mark Zuckerberg and use that $200K for your own business, right? Like, maybe we need to start using Issa Rae, because Issa Rae literally said out of her mouth, I didn't try to get Oprah and Tyler Perry to care about me. I literally reached horizontally to my homeboy and horizontally to my homegirl, and we pulled together, you know? Like, I believe, and I have this conversation a lot in Africa too, because like this white supremacy has impacted us all, right? Like, instead of giving our entire lives to change somebody's mind about letting us in, let us in the Oscars, let us in the Grammy, put us on the Forbes list, stop being biased. Like, why do we care so much that they accept us? Like, why do we care? Like, why can't we create our own list? Why can't we band together? Because the culture is dope. Like, the culture is literally the bar. Like, now that social media is popping and companies are trying to be hip, they always speak like a Black woman. We know that. Like, TikTok being sensationalized, like they stole dances from Black women, literally, and white influencers became really, really famous by learning what they do because it's more palatable, right? Like, I love that we're taking our time with this, because it is, yes, it is scary. It's not any less scary to do it on your own than it is to go into their white spaces and try to make them like you. Like, it's just scary regardless. But I think this conversation is all the proof and why, like, we literally, and I do give homage to everybody who is working to change folks' minds. I get it, like, really trying to, you know, reform things. Right. I definitely get it, right? But alongside that has to be a building where we literally do not care from the ground up around what their systems look like. And to that point, I have another question, Flo. You know, I read a quote recently in a book I was reading that said, Perfection is not when there's nothing left to add. Perfection is when there's nothing left to take away, when there's nothing more to take away. And the writer was expressing that it is simplicity. It is removing the things that bring you angst and removing the things that are not additive to your life and removing the things that take away from your peace that brings this harmonious sense of perfection in life, right? And so what are the real examples of things that you've put down in your business flow that you've, like, as you've gone along, you notice that, like, no, this doesn't serve me, or this doesn't serve my people. I know for me, at the top of the year, folks remember this that are listening. I sent an email to the entire 7,000 folk in the membership and said, hey, look, Casey will not be doing the work from anywhere immersion week program in South Africa and Bali, and where else are we going? We were going to Barcelona. I said Casey will not be doing the US tour that she was going to do, right? Like, I looked at my business, which is really a tech company, right? A tech powered company, and look at the margins of those particular things where I'm putting out so much money up front and it's hard to scale it, right? You can scale tech, you can't scale in-person things, right? And I put it down, right? And it was so hard for me. My dad and my fiance, they were literally just like, Casey, what, like you already know, but it was so hard for me, but I still did. And it was the best decision I could have made. What were those examples for you in not just knowing what to quit in your business, but actually quitting them?
Right. You bring up a good point. So last year when I first started, I was not a DI directive. So I joined DI directive this year in February of 2023. So last year I had it in my mind, I was going to create an app, right? I was like, I'm a very frugal person. I love finding good deals. I'm going to create an app that helps other people find good deals. And it was going to be almost like a community, like social media type of app, where as people are going to stores and they find good deals, they'll notify each other. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to build this. Found somebody to build the app. Wasted money because it wasn't working. It was absolute garbage. Had other people do Q&A on it, and they were like, this app is garbage. So I'm sitting there like, okay, what do? I'm struggling to get funding. I'm struggling to get people to, I'm going to investors, and they're just like, well, there's Groupon and there's all these other apps on the market. And I'm like, no, but I'm not Groupon. I'm not trying to give people cash back. I'm not a cashback app, right? I would actually work side to side with cashback apps, right? But I'm trying to explain and trying to get people to believe in the business. I was struggling. But around the same time that I created the app, I also created my own TV show called Get Tech Smart, which is going successfully. And I focus on inviting technology guests from my state. And we talk all things technology. And I put a spotlight on the emerging tech scene in my state. So around that time, I'm noticing that most people are interested in what I'm doing with Get Tech Smart versus the app that I'm creating. So mid-year of 2022, I was like, I really have to think about what path I want to take here. Because when I'm talking about the app, people are just like, oh, okay. And then when I talk about the show, people are like, oh, wow. Oh, my God. You know what? I know someone who'll be great. People are excited about the show and the app. They're just like, okay. So that for me was you know what? I have to adapt. I have to figure out what's working and what's not working, where to put my resources, which includes money, which includes my time. And I said, I'm going to give myself until December. Because sometimes you don't have to just drop while it's hot. You don't just drop it right away. Sometimes you got to say, you know what? Let me see if I do ABC. Is that going to yield different results for me, right? So you got to be strategic about it. So I was like, all right, I'm going to give myself time. I'm going to do everything that I can. And at the end of it, what made sense was just really focusing on my technology education, because from there it landed me on the LinkedIn Accelerator program, where I was one out of 120 people across the United States that was selected, the only person in my state. And I was creating technology and innovation content for LinkedIn for 6 weeks. And that got me a $12,000 grant. Then from there, I started getting contracts by, a local college. Hey, can you create a AI and cybersecurity class for us? So people were more paying attention to the stuff I was doing with the tech education and my technology content versus my app. So I made the decision to put that idea on the shelf. I call it, again, put it on the shelf. Again, I'm still struggling, right? Because that's the painful part of me using the word quit, right? I'm still struggling with that word, but I put it on the shelf because I said, this idea might not be for right now, but I can adapt to the business model that is working, right? And that is bringing in the contracts. And for me, that's the advice that I give, is that you've got to listen to the feedback you're getting, right? You've got to listen to, if you're doing any case studies for your product or your services, you got to see what's working, right? And then you've got to be able to adapt. Just because you started off with, creating a business where you're going to do t-shirts, but what's really selling is the socks that you included. It doesn't mean you give up the whole business. It just means you adapt to what's working and then focus your time and energy and resources on that part of your business. So if you want to say, yes, well, I'm going to quit the t-shirt business, if we want to use the quit word, then yes, quit that part that's not working, but be willing to adapt and change, because what you always start off with might not be what you end with. And we've seen that has been the story even for big companies like Amazon, and Google and Microsoft. So we have, and that for me has been, my experience of how I ended up pivoting and focusing more on the technology. And in that focusing on the technology, I also noticed the serious discrepancies in terms of women in technology, and really started promoting STEM for all, girls in tech. And then that's where I really ramped up my diversity, equity, and inclusion advocacy, which ended up landing me in this new role with DEI directive, because now everything aligns. But one of the things that I did do is when I said, hey, I would go ahead and join DEI directive, I said, listen, I'm still going to continue my tech education, right? Because that's really important to me, especially letting women of color who are trying to get into technology, being a mentor, asking questions when they send me questions to the DM. So I've pivoted, right? I had to give up the original concept of my business to work on what was working for me, the same way you had to say, hey, doing that world tour this year is not going to work for me. But that doesn't mean it can't work in 2024 or 2025. It's just not working right now. And that's the business strategy that as women and women of color that we need to understand is, don't be so focused and have tunnel vision on one concept and think this is the only concept that will work. No, be willing to be adaptable and pivot to a business idea and a business strategy that's going to be more beneficial to you in the long run of your business.
Yeah, so important. I agree with everything you said, Flo. And it's true. It's true for every business, not just Black women. Every business. Evolutionary practices lead to revolutionary results. Evolutionary practices, like the things you do, the tweaks you make every single day, when you look back 10 years from now, you're like, oh man, that was disruptive, right? Evolutionary practices. It's why we get updates on our iOS device every night. Evolutionary practices lead to revolutionary results, right? It's why Netflix went from mailing the VHS tapes and mailing, right, the DVDs, to then saying, well, let's try streaming. Everybody thought they were crazy, right? At some point it took off, and they got rid of the DVD mail and the VHS mail. And I'm telling you, the company thought the CEO was crazy, but he was looking at the data. He said these growth rates are way higher than the growth rates for VHS. As a matter of fact, the VHS was going down, but no, the world didn't see it yet, right? But the data, so these feedback loops that Flo is talking about are so important. Like it has to be a non-emotional discussion. Because when your emotions are in and this is your baby and you built it, you're not building for what people want. You're building for what you want them to have. You like the auntie that tells you for 20 years, these men ain't blah, blah, blah. She's telling you what she wants you to have, but you didn't want it, right? And then later you're like, oh, okay, auntie, I get it, right? You have to build for what people want to have and not what you want them to have. And so I love your transparency, Flo, and finding that unsuspecting gem, right? The golden nugget was not where you thought it would be, but you listened to it, right? And it's when we don't listen to what the data is telling us that we drain money, resources, time, and then we have to quit the business entirely, right? Like that's when you're that stubborn. Blockbuster was that. They looked around and kept going for some reason, right? When you are that stubborn, you can't even go on in the business. It's about saving the business through evolutionary practices. So thank you so much.
Exactly.
For that visibility.
And thank you for mentioning the various businesses, because just as you were talking, I'm thinking about Domino's. Domino's increased their profits by over 400%. And that's because now they call themselves a technology company. Domino's has been investing in technology like crazy. And, you know, they're testing various self-driving vehicles. You just order the pizza, a little car shows up and you just, you know, boom, you get your pizza. So they're evolving. And they understand that, hey, technology is around us. How can we capitalize, you know, and not just be, you know, a pizza company, but a technology pizza company. I mean, I would never have seen this coming, you know, 20 years ago, but now they prefer to be called a technology company.
That's right. That's right. And they know that if they don't move, they literally won't be around, right? It reminds me of when I was still working at Bank of America, and the CEO, Brian Moynihan, would always tell us, like, we are a tech company. He said, we can't afford not to be a tech company, right? And behind those words came things like brick and mortar closures, knowing what to quit, closures of brick and mortar banks in communities, right? I mean, executives in the company were so afraid, but what Brian saw in the data was that more and more, it's only the older people that are driving to these brick and mortars, but they're dying off, right? And the generation behind them are using a mobile app. He saw, it's like the data's telling. So unless we become a tech company where our mobile app is amazing, where people can access and move their cash from anywhere in the world, we literally will not be here, right? It's very risky, not even risky, it's tough, right? To let go of bright ideas because people are telling you they don't care about it anymore, right? Or they never did, right? But when you look at the decisions they made back then and what is popping now, you literally have banks that are popping up now, mortgage companies that don't even have buildings, right? Like people are going online and they're trusting them. They're like, oh yeah, okay, Lily Bank, okay, how much you, right?
Exactly.
So it's not just us, right? You have to do it to stay alive. I love that, Flo. So I'm just curious, when you think about where you see yourself, right? You know, let's call it 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Obviously, you have your talk show, which is going incredibly well. You are a co-founder of DEI Directive. What things are you considering, even if they have nothing to do with what you're doing today, right? Like, what things are you considering in your path to living your best life, let's say 10 years from now?
Yeah, you know, that's a great question. And I've kind of had this conversation with a co-founder, you know, and one of the things, like, you know, we always say is like, oh, it'd be nice if we have like a Workday buy our software, or like, you know, a Microsoft, because, you know, with DEI Directive integrates with, you know, HR systems, right? So, and we typically target like the HR department or chief diversity officer, or whoever's overseeing kind of like the DEI initiatives. But we're always like, wow, it'd be great if we get purchased by that bigger company. And that's one of the things that in the next 5 years that, you know, really hope that, you know, the next couple of years we really focus on, you know, customer acquisition, customer retention, and making enough noise that we get the attention of the bigger companies like a Workday, who can say, we can integrate this into our system. Because the other part we also have with our software is compliance, right? because organizations that have 100 or more employees have to report to the EEOC. So our software also has a compliance piece too. So that's the hope. I really hope that we have a really generous buyout, which then frees up, you know, our times to, if we want to create something else, we can. The other hope that I'm working on, and especially with Get Tech Smart, is hopefully, you know, end up as like a Good Morning America, you know, tech correspondent or something like that, or, you know, just really seeing myself, you know, having more connections with the local medias or as well as the nationwide media companies, because I feel like I have a lot to offer in terms of just like, you know, my passion for technology, and you know, and sometimes I will speak to tech experts and be like a little insecure, and then I ask them questions that they struggle to answer, and I'm like, damn, I'm a badass. Yeah, I got this, you know. So 5 years is definitely, again, try to, you know, get that buyout, a nice little pocket change with DI directive, and then really try to kind of focus on, you know, just that technology and journalism. And you know what, it wouldn't be bad either to have the ability to be a big boss, whether it's the CEO or somebody close in charge of a smaller company, but that has a higher valuation, right? So instead of building from the ground up as an entrepreneur, coming into an organization that's already existing, and they're like, boom, hey, we see your experience at DI Directive, creating this and creating that. Because right now, when we look at CEOs in various Fortune 500 companies, for example, women are lacking, right? We're just not there. So my dream has always been to be one of those tech baddies in a well-established company, go in there and really, you know, get that nice little leather seat at the table, and get paid very well, like some of you know, our male counterparts do, sitting at the table. So one of the things I always say is the best of me is yet to come. I've also had people tell me that I should run for local office. But right now, as we can see with what's going on in politics, it's a lot. And I think it requires a lot of patience, you know, a lot of support, because I think you know, just being a DI advocate and seeing what's going on right now in terms of just this war essentially against DEI, it does a lot on your mental health. You know, it does a lot on me and my co-founder to say, are we creating a product that is really needed, right? And can we tell that story that is really needed? And the good news is it is needed. And the better news is that there are companies that are still very invested in creating a work culture where everyone can show up and belong. But running for office, it's not completely off the table. But I'm building more. I feel like I need to build more of a presence in the community, show my value, show the measurable impact that I'm making in my community, and then show up and say, hey, listen, I've been raising scholarships for, you know, underrepresented professionals to upskill. You know, I've been doing this, you know, I've been doing that. You know, things that members of the community can really see the impact that I have made. That way, when they choose to vote, right, they're voting for someone who has a track record of doing things that benefit all members of the community versus, hey, I'm with this party, you know, and I'm only going to focus on things that matter for the, no, I really want to be the type of person who has solutions that are going to be beneficial for everyone. So that's kind of like my 5 year track. So millionaire 5 year track.
Yeah, say that, tech baddie. Listen, what you said was so important, and everyone listening, I want you to write down these key words, like write down the principles behind what she's saying, because so many times when we start businesses, the only thing we can see for the rest of our lives is being the hardest working employee in our company and being a solopreneur for the rest of our lives, because we can't imagine that anybody can come in and do certain jobs better than us. All this is, I ain't gonna say foolish, y'all ain't no fools, but it's not prudent, okay? Like, sis started out by saying an exit. I want you to write that down and Google it. Google it for your industry, an exit. Many founders, not necessarily always us because we don't know, right? But many founders create businesses with the sole intent of selling it within a 10-year period and making guap off of it. That is wealth creation. Hear me. We keep talking about legacy. Legacy don't have to be convincing your child to pick up the cleaning business, huh? and not move on with their lives. Legacy is wealth creation. Why wouldn't you make a solution that's so doggone good that big companies have to buy it from you instead of trying to figure out how to build it for themselves, and you walk away with $50 million. You walk away with $2 billion. Founders do this all, it is wealth creation. And just like sis alluded to, because sis said we could do the exit and build another one. Come on now. You can do this multiple times in your lifetime. What do you think Elon Musk is doing? Huh? Yeah. Like PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter. You can do this multiple times in your lifetime and sell it and say, get somebody else to do it. Like, write it down, y'all. Like, so many nuggets in what she was saying, right? Flo just articulated to us the fact that she sees her one lifetime evolving in many different ways. That is freedom if I ever heard it before. That is freedom if I ever heard it before. You deserve joy while you living in the land of the living. Now, I mean, yeah, we'll see glory. Yeah, I see y'all. I hear y'all. Okay. But in the land of the living, you deserve to see and feel and hold joy with both your hands. So Flo, thank you for being so transparent about what you see, because like these are the things that we need to hear each other talking about, because Big Mama didn't know, you know, Madam CJ Walker did not know probably, right? But now if we can tell these stories, right, and talk about the fact that you can actually build something 3 times in your lifetime and walk away with the cash. You don't need the business, you don't need the brand, get somebody else to do it. Your children can be trust fund babies, right? Exactly. That is transferable knowledge. Go ahead, Flo.
Yeah, no, I think you bring up a good point. It's that that lack of understanding of how you can build that business up, scale it, where you got the bigger fish, right? The bigger shark, I should say. The bigger shark comes in and just eats you up, but it's good for you, right? Because then you're walking away with the money bags.
Cash money.
Right, cash money, where you can build another business if you want, or you just have the freedom where you can turn into an investor yourself, right? You can turn into an investor and put your money into businesses that you see are doing well. That's one of the things that my father has done. My father has a successful roofing business, right? He started off where he was working for someone else. They owned the roofing company, but then he noticed that he was bringing in all these clients, bringing in a lot of money, but then the person who was benefiting was the owner of that business. So my father said, you know what? I can be the owner. Why am I making somebody else a millionaire? I need to make myself a millionaire. So that's what he did. He opened up his own business, got his own crew. He knows all the permitting and the insurance lingo and everything. Now he runs a successful business. And now one of the things that he does is he puts a lot of the money that he has in other startups. And he's had a couple of those startups actually get purchased. They had that exit strategy earlier than he anticipated, but it was good for him because, he got, as an investor, you get some money as well. So we've got to start thinking about how we can be more strategic in terms of generating that wealth and seeing ourselves, right? Not just manifesting, I'm going to manifest to be a millionaire. No, I'm going to take the strategic steps to be a millionaire. Because it is possible for us to be millionaires. We just have to be very strategic about it, learning how to, as we have been chatting, learning how to pivot and make business strategies that make sense, and not just holding on to, hey, I'm holding on to this business because, my granddaddy started it, but the business has you in the negative every single month. you know? So is that
That's
part of
real,
knowing
Flo.
when to quit, knowing when to adapt, and just knowing how to make the crucial decisions that will, again, allow you to have, and I love the word that you used, freedom. Right. When you started doing the quote about the book you were reading about, you know, what perfectionism and what is perfect. And one of the things you said is kind of having a peace of mind. Right. And for me, I like the word more freedom, because right, when you have a peace of mind, it's like you have freedom, right? Freedom from all these distractions, you know, freedom from the noise that's going to naysayers and haters. They'll always be there and they'll try to put you down. But when you have freedom, they can be singing all around you, and you're just going about your business, doing what you've got to do. And I love that, using that word freedom. I do caution that we try not to, you know, kind of work towards perfectionism, because I feel like we all always have an opportunity to learn and grow, right? It doesn't always have to be perfect, right? And the goal shouldn't be to be perfect, right? The goal should be to be strategic business leaders, all right? Making decisions that are going to generate us wealth, and making decisions that are going to put us in the position to have the big shark come and swallow us. And who cares if they come and swallow us, as long as they're paying out, you know?
Say that.
We're good.
Say that. That's good, Flo. And I love that you shared some information about your father too, right? Because perspective, I mean, when we can taste it and feel it and see ourselves in it, like that's when it really takes root. I'm just curious, did you come from a family of entrepreneurs? Like, is entrepreneurship kind of in your family and something you've always seen, or was it like kind of just your dad and now you?
Yeah, so my mom has had her own business as well. I think what it is, yeah, my father as a lawyer, being a lawyer is very stressful, and he just got to the point where it was just like, all right, I need to focus on my mental health, because again, that's one of the things that we've got to be careful of is as entrepreneurs, our businesses can there's mental health, well-being that we've got to focus on. And because one, there's an increase in issues, like, right, health issues as business owners. The stress can lead to, you know, a heart disease, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, right? So my father started suffering from a lot of these, and also too, just the lack of opportunities, right? And when you do get opportunities, he's like working so hard and making so little. So my father got to the point where he was just like, you know what, why am I working myself to death? Right. And what made him at that point leave that other business was my father was in the ICU. He was near death. Right. He was near death, like the stress that his boss was putting him through. He essentially had a heart attack. Right. So he had to say, okay, I can't, I'm working my butt off. Then I'm begging for my money from this person. You know, I gotta go work on my own. So that's one of the things that led him to, and it shouldn't have to be like that for us, right? Don't wait. And again, that thing of knowing when to quit. Don't wait till you're in the ICU, right? Because not everybody's gonna recover, right? He's fortunate that he recovered, because it could have been a lot worse, devastated. He could be dead right now, right? So don't wait for that moment to be your aha moment, in the hospital, and say, oh, I think this is a good time to make that pivot. No, don't wait. But no, that's the decision he made. And my mom did have her own business as well. And my mom, she's a badass. I mean, she works in corporate, but on the side, she also has a nursing degree. So she was working Monday through Friday for Comcast, and then to keep her nursing license active, she was working every other week. So she knows also the value of working hard. But while she was working at Comcast, working as a nurse, she was also at one point running a little small children's boutique where she was selling kind of high-end, children's shoes and hats and all various stuff. And I actually helped her start that business and worked in that business for a little bit as well. So kind of learned a lot from my parents, about just, working hard, the value of just, putting your all in it, right? If you believe it, you can do it, and it can happen, right? And having support, we definitely have to point out that don't surround yourself with just a lot of people, because just having a lot of people around you doesn't mean anything, because most of those people could add zero value to what you've got to do, right? You've got to surround yourself with cheerleaders, true cheerleaders, who will give you criticism, right? Not talk you down, not try to demoralize you, but say, hey, you know what, Flo? You might want to think about maybe strategizing like this, versus like, girl, that's a bad idea. Oh my God, you were gonna be broke. You're not going anywhere. No one's gonna buy your stuff. Your business idea sucks. No, someone who brings value to the table, because those are the people that can also help you quit or pivot in a positive way and in a strategic way that will help to benefit your business, right? So that's one thing that I forgot to mention that I really want to touch upon is what has been working for me is having support system around me that are like really big cheerleaders. And on my bad days, which not every day is good, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say every day is great. Every day is not going to be good. But those are the people who will be there for you and have your back through your good days, your bad days. But yeah, you definitely need that type of support.
Ashe, that's so good and so sobering. I'm sure all of us can think about times, whether it was us, ourselves lying in hospital beds, or folks in our family who just worked themselves to death, right? And then they have these aha moments of, let me get it right. It's so sobering, Flo. I mean, because as you were talking about your father, I just thought about, all the people in my life, especially on my mom's side of the family, who are just brilliant. I'm talking about brilliant and highly educated and just, but gave their all to companies. I have an aunt who, at 35, 36 years old, she's walking across the stage with a PhD, and then boom, multiple sclerosis, but like literally ignoring things in her body for a long time, ignoring CAT scans or something's happening in her brain, just working crazy hours, right? Because she just had to grind. It's one more thing, one more milestone, one more accolade. My grandfather, president of a college, just brilliant man. Every year, I'm gonna retire, I'm gonna finally take a vacation. He dropped dead, essentially. Freak accident, messed up, before he ever did it, before he ever retired, right? And so I think about in 2020 when the pandemic hit and the world, kind of froze, still was moving on the computer, but froze. Like, it changed everything for me. And when I got on a one-way flight, when I quit corporate and got on a one-way flight to go to Africa, everybody was like, well, what are you gonna do? Like, why? And I'm like, I just choose Africa. I can be smart anywhere, but this is for me. Like I want to put skin in the game for myself to show other Black women that they can too. I could have done this anywhere. I just choose Africa. It's not because I'm going to work at somebody's company or, and so, yeah, I mean, it was just a reminder for me, of why I started, why I, chose freedom, and a reminder to keep it, Flo. So I thank you for your transparency throughout this entire conversation. Thank you for reminding me of things that are so important, because, as we get into these veins and have these goals, we can forget, right? We can forget the importance of balance or ignore these signs of people we also are related to, or, where we're following the same path. So I hope everyone listening has taken their own notes and have journals full of reminders and tips. And before we go, Flo, I want you to tell folks where they can find you, whether it's social media handles, your website. What are the best ways for people to keep in touch with all that you're doing?
Yeah, so definitely for DEI Directive, we are at www.deidirective.com. And for me, my social media handle is quite funny. I am known as the non-boring lawyer. So you can definitely find me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on TikTok as well, and Instagram. But yeah, please reach out. Let's connect. I love chatting with especially women from around the world. So wherever I can be of resource or value to you, or you just need that motivational and inspirational chit chat, hit me out. I'll be more than willing to do it. And I don't charge. So.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Flo. Everybody tap in. She is an inspiring person to follow and stay alongside in this entrepreneurial journey. Flo, thank you so much for not only your wisdom, but your heart. I feel like you poured so much of your heart into this conversation, and we're all the better for it. Godspeed. Continue to keep crushing it and winning these awards and going higher. We're rooting for you.
Thank you so much, Casey. And again, thank you so much for bringing me on to have this candid chat with you.
Of course. Thank you. All right, y'all, take care. This is the end of day 3. Thank you. All right, ladies, thank you so much for engaging the way that you did in the chat. Thank you so much for your reflections. Everyone who wrote questions in the Q&A box, all of them have been answered. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful questions. And all of this shows for 3 months. Okay. We are officially done with day 3. There are only 2 days left in the summit. So yeah, take what you need, sis. Only 2 days left. And you all have showed up brilliantly every single day, lifting each other. You all have been in the lounge, connecting with each other. Many of you have slid in the DMs. Many of you have slid in my DMs, right? And we've engaged. You've been setting up meetings. You've been going to booths. Do not stop. The vendors literally are live right now, and they will be dropping in the feed what y'all can do. Some people are doing happy hours. Some people do virtual screenings. Some people have very cool conversations around like Q&A, so grant writing, etc. I saw y'all getting mixy yesterday. So just take up space. Like, there is so much space for you in here. As promised, we're going to take literally just a couple of minutes, literally just a couple of minutes to allow you to understand what the people in spots 4 and 5 will get. So I've been talking a lot about the Amber Booth McCoy, who is the CEO of the Diversity Booth out of Arkansas. She's actually a community partner for the summit. She's been promoting us heavy because they love us and we love them, right? Community is just everything. I'm grateful for communal love. So she's actually here, okay? She's actually here, and we'll just do this a couple of minutes just to give you a taste of this phenomenal project that she has not only coordinated but published out into the world. This is actually on sale today. She is an author. What's up, Amber?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, beautiful?
I'm good. Of course, excited to be in the Blaze Summit as always. Like, even my husband, he was like, "Oh, that's that international Black woman thing." It is.
It is.
And it is.
So dope. You are always full of energy, sis. So before we dive in, and y'all, each of us will just share really short passages, like just a few minutes of the book. It's a huge project, but Amber, that's it, y'all. Amber, please let people know kind of like the background of this project and how they can purchase it. I'll also say, y'all, the folks who win spots number 4 and 5, they're going to get a signed copy of this book in the mail. Okay. Like, that's the purpose of giving this flavor and this taste of what this is. But yeah, go ahead, Amber. Purpose and the identity of this book, as well as how people can get it.
Dear Sis, I Love You is an anthology on Black sisterhood. It is compiled or curated by my sister and I, Katina Booth White, and me, Amber Booth McCoy. And it is more so the antithesis to the idea that Black women don't get along and don't love each other. We know that that's not true. But there's also true that our experiences in Black sisterhood are so very varied. And so this book is a compilation, if you will, of 30 plus women across the generations that have shared everything from poems to breathing exercises to their experiences with Black sisterhood. So we can read passages, and I'm just going to read the dedication that we wrote for the book. This book is dedicated to the mothers of sisters, sisters of sisters, trans sisters, tired sisters, guided together sisters, hurt sisters, joyous sisters, street walking sisters, Afro wearing sisters, growing edges back sisters, edges won't grow back sisters, lock wearing sisters, perm sodium, wig wearing sisters, deeply melanated sisters, corporate sisters, single mother sisters, newly married struggling sisters, holding space for my sisters, we in this together sisters, slow to trust sisters, we so black sisters, I love being black sisters, sis, we love you.
Ashe, and signed copy from the Amber Booth McCoy. I love that. That's so witty, man. All right, so I'm going to read very quickly, y'all. Literally just a couple of minutes, okay? Then I'll pass it to Amber to read a couple of minutes of whatever passage she wants to. And again, this is just a taste of what spots number 4 and 5 will receive in the mail, signed copy. But anyone can grab this because it's actually published, and I'm so proud of this work. It's an anthology for Black women talking to Black women so that folk can see how we actually communicate, because the lies are not true. Super dope. Okay, so I'll take a couple of paragraphs from the beginning of my passage, and then I'll take a paragraph maybe from the very, very end. Okay. And my chapter is called All the Things I Couldn't Say. All the Things I Couldn't Say. And it reads, these are quotation marks. Well, if I make you feel the way you say I do, why are we even friends? I'm not going anywhere, she said. Why? Because I love you. I held my phone, looking at the group text message thread. Though I was fuming, I didn't know how to reply to a message like that. What could be a reply to a message like that? I was completely stumped. As I sat balled up in my bed, back to my headboard and knees to my chest, tears began to sting my eyes. My frustration grew, in large part because I didn't know how to process what I was feeling. I didn't want to. Whatever was going on with me was stupid, but not unfamiliar. I didn't text back to say that I was starting to cry. I didn't text that I loved her too. I didn't explain that I was having a hard time processing my emotions in that moment. I didn't say anything. For a full 24 hours, I didn't say anything. Protection was the only language that I was fluent in within my friendships. I was not familiar with soft caresses, nor the long, warm hugs that are filled with smells of sweet perfume, the kind that makes your eyes close and lips curl. Those incredibly soft hugs that rock you back and forth, making you feel suspended in time, safe and grounded. Now, I was a warrior. I was a protector of fragile beings, rational above all else, and numb to the things that might cause my frail humanity to lead the way. People needed to be strong. People needed me to be strong for them, to help them transcend their problems and to trample on the things in their lives that threatened to damage them. Or perhaps I needed that. Perhaps I was trying to save myself. All right, and then there's some stuff that goes into it, but I end with something like, in this moment, the Casey of today will speak to the sister who responded all those years back with, because I love you. I can't take back time, and I wouldn't change a thing if I could, as the events of my life have led me to where I stand now. Today, I'm better equipped to offer these flowers from an untainted lens. So I would say, dear sis, today I know to tell you that you are beautiful, just the way that you are, that you have more courage than I could ever dream of mustering up in the first 30 years of my life. The courage of not giving a damn about what the rules are. Today, I know to tell you that your spirit of adventure is purer than anything I can understand, and it must be protected at all costs. You move the culture forward. My lack of understanding, your dreams should never be a reason not to give it your all, and nor should anyone else's. I know to tell you that it is okay to make mistakes, that I trust you to love yourself enough to always walk towards the path that lifts you higher, and that you should trust yourself too. Every experience along your path will cause your heart, understanding, and perspective to swell in beautiful ways. And then I say more in the letter. But that's my little piece. And that's a very real story of a sister that I did not know how to love in the way she loved. Amber, take it away.
So this one is at the beginning of the book. It simply says Black Sisterhood. It says, to my queen mothers, aunties, sister friends, and all the Black girl magic flowing in spaces between. In the immortal words of the belovedly flawed character, Miss Shug Avery, from the prolific story, The Color Purple, sister, you've been on my mind, sister, we're two of a kind. Oh, sister, have I got news for you? I'm something, and I hope that you think that you're something too. In every piece of the book, each author has given us their Black girl magic recipe. So that recipe includes something spicy, something sweet, an ancestor, a song, a totem, what we used to call spirit animals, or a mystery ingredient. So my Black girl magic recipe is something spicy, is that pepper in the Thanksgiving greens. My ancestor is going to be Audre Lorde, Zora Neale Hurston, Fannie Lou Hamer, and my great grandmother. My song is going to be Bigger by Beyonce. My spirit animal is the puma, because she don't mess with you unless you messing with her, but she fierce. And my mystery ingredient is glitter and cuss words. Absolutely. They my favorite.
I love that. I love that.
My favorite. So dear sis, I'm rooting for you. I'm cheering for you, yelling for you, crying with you, fighting with you, sharing with you, growing with you, and laughing with you. I'm here when you need me and when you don't. Black sisterhood has been one of the most special gifts in my life, from being a big sister to adopting big sisters, from pouring into younger sisters, and even understanding the value of sisters. I am in no way saying that sisterhood is all candy canes, rainbows, glitter, laughs, and sleepovers. Engaging in true sisterhood means there is a potential for real hurt or harm because it requires vulnerability, and vulnerability is the responsibility we must honor with trust. The world has developed narratives of Black women that may be true, that we often internalize, that there's a strong Black woman, angry Black woman, a vindictive and Jezebel Black woman. The truth is, because of our experiences, families, communities, churches, and workspaces where our whole self has not been welcomed and possibly assaulted, sometimes ignored, often devalued, or worse, silenced, it can often cause us to harden. We internalize the idea of strength and trade in the ability or even the desire to be soft. I challenge you to see other Black women as fragile, something that we should handle with care and value each other. My truth is, when I would encounter soft spaces, supposedly safe spaces, I wouldn't let my guard down because I didn't want to have the experience any unnecessary or additional hurts. And then I go on to talk about what finding Black sisterhood feels like. I will say that in the back of the book, there are questions for your journey, because I love asking questions. It says, take what you need and throw the rest away. So just a few of those are, who did you want to be before they told you who to be? What does sisterhood mean to you? What's a dream so big it scares you? And what would the women in your life say about you? And there are lots of other questions in the back. But like I said, you take what you need, you throw the rest away. But this book is the first in a series of anthologies. You can find it on Barnes & Noble. You can find it on Amazon. You can also find it on our website at the Diversity Booth. It is just that, the Diversity Booth. And you can find me anywhere that you simply hashtag your favorite diversity specialist, because I'm your favorite diversity specialist.
You're that girl. Yes.
I am that. So.
Andrew, you're so good.
This is a whole children's book. It's a whole children's book by my sisters and I, called STEM Looks Like Me. It is absolutely about representation. These babies have 4C curl patterns and all, but go ahead and check that one out too.
Please do, y'all. And they're really lighting it up in the chat. So definitely resonated. Somebody was eyeing the STEM book in the back, so I'm glad you said that. Somebody asked a question about where they could get the book. And so I'm so happy, Amber, that you shared that as well. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all that you do without us asking. Thank you for the ways that you are guaranteed to show up when I least expect it, sis. I deeply appreciate you, Amber, and I'm rooting for you heavy, sis.
Thank you very much. Same here. Same here. All right.
Thank you, Mama. Y'all go get this book. Amber's gonna sign it. Thank you, Amber. I will definitely be sending her y'all's preferred mailing address, depending on who gets that number 4 and 5 spot. Okay. But that's it. All right. So day 3 was beautiful. Come on, Auntie Yvonne. She's dropped the links to both the Barnes and Noble's book and the Amazon. But yeah, it is y'all's time. Nothing else to say. Love y'all deep. I hope that you've gotten what you've needed for these first 3 days. We have 48 hours left of this experience, and then it's done. Okay, it is done. And don't cuss me out, but oh geez, y'all used to us doing this every 6 months. We are moving this. We are moving this because we actually want to be outside and we want to connect and hug and party. Okay. So we're moving this to an annual, still Blaze Virtual Summit, still global, still anybody can interact and engage from around the entire world. But every time we do this from now on, it will be happening in June, around Juneteenth, from Friday evening, baby, until Sunday. We are having Founder After Party weekend. Ain't no classes, okay? Ain't no workshops, no, ain't no notebooks. Ain't no notebooks, right? So whoever wants to take the pilgrimage, whoever wants to take the annual pilgrimage to come together and share, and baby, we're going to make it amazing. Just like there is so much space for us in here, there will be so much space curated in real life. And so hug your biz besties for real, for real. Hug me. I want to smell your perfume. Like I want to know who you be. And it'll always be, I don't want to say always be, but definitely next year and definitely for the first couple of years, like it'll be US based. Like y'all are who we caping for, and we love the rest of the world too. But like y'all are the biggest base, and y'all show up so heavy. So just know that more information to come. But we used to do it every 6 months. We are disrupting ourselves because y'all deserve more. That's why. Like that's why. So just know that's coming. Okay, I promise. Promise. But annually is how we'll do this. It'll still have the virtual components. So if you can't pull up, access to money will not bar you from this experience, but we will have the after party weekend and turn up heavy. Okay. All right. So enjoy the booths. Vendors, I'm gonna be looking out for your shout outs in the feed, and I promise I'll announce them so that people know to come and check you out. I love y'all deep. Christina said I'll be smelling like the white diamonds. The white diamonds. All right, bye y'all. I love y'all. See y'all tomorrow. Bye. Take care. Peace.